And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open Mixed Pairs here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Very fine conditions. It's warm and it's dry, and we can see already the combinations up there. And we're going to cross now to Mike Kernahan with me, and great to have you, Mike. And we've got a couple of interesting combinations here with Nuku and Janet Nehemiah. And who are they up against, Mike?
So up against, the first two are husband and wife are from Johnsonville. Neil Buchanan is a stalwart of the Queenstown Bowling Club, and Joanne Stock is a sixth-year player out of Wanaka.
All right, so interesting couple of combinations there with the capital against, I guess, the South Island. Can we call it a North against South Island battle there as
Yeah,
such?
we could do, couldn't we? They both won their first games too, so are obviously playing reasonably well to win their first up games. So one of them will have 2 out of 2. The end of this, which is exciting for them.
Well, Mike, explain how mixed pairs works, because it's perhaps a 2-4-2 combination. Is that right? How does that work?
So it's each player is required to both lead and skip and end, and also play 4 bowls in the middle. So they first end whoever's, and it looks as though it's the girls that are going to start off. They'll lead with the first 2 bowls. The boys will play 4 bowls, and then the girls will come back and play the last 2 bowls each.
All right, and we'll point out exactly who's who just as soon as we... There we go. And that's Joanne Stock. There you go, with the white uniform, and she is the left-hander as well.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot easier for us, doesn't it?
Sure does.
And just letting the jack come down the green. Oh, quite short.
Yeah, it's short to medium length, so don't know whether that's by design or whether it's by accident, but we'll see with the first bowl. She opted to play the ditch hand, so we'll see what that looks like. Jo was telling me before she's netball was the passion back in the day, but now she's playing golf in the winter and bowls in the summer. So she's obviously right into a sport. 6-year player, just made the Central Otago development squad. So,
well, 6-year player, does that still mean you're a junior? How many years to get out of the juniors?
So 5 years as a junior.
Ah, there you go. It's always the irony that you can see some juniors that are perhaps a little bit more mature in age.
Absolutely. Janet's made a good start, so good on her. Probably run through a couple of feet.
Well, that's a nice start for Janet as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
really
your
good
first
start.
one on the main green.
Yeah.
So you can see there it is Joanne Stock in the white dress, and it is Janet Nehemiah in the light blue and dark blue shorts. About to have her second bowl. So this is the 2.
Yeah, so they'll walk up the other end now, and the boys will go back and they'll play 4 bowls each.
Right. Okay.
And to finish the end, the girls will go back and play the last 2.
Good 2 bowls,
and then it's reversed on the next end, so the boys will play the first 2. And
now,
so
from what I understand, the 2-4-2
good
scenario actually came out of Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association.
yeah, and I think it's just a way of... It's a really good development game, so that you give players the opportunity of playing in all positions in one game, so you can play lead and skip, as I say, and that's what the girls are doing on this end, and the boys are playing their 2 bowls as number 2 and their 2 bowls as number 3, but all in a row. So it does give you a sense of what those different positions are about.
Oh, a bit rugged.
Just a wee bit quick, but
I mean, the line was pretty good.
yeah, not well, a bit narrow, but to be fair, it was like they don't get trial ends in the second game, so it'll take them a couple of ends to work out what the rink's doing. So Janet got onto it obviously really well, played 2 goodies. And Nucky's just covering these bowls behind. Played a pretty good bowl, to be fair to him. So they're holding 3 now. I think he's quick again, Neil.
I don't think he's very happy with this.
Stamped his foot on the ground as soon as he let it go.
You can see Janet there, a little bit apprehensive at the moment. And this is Nuku. Nuki there is going out quite wide.
Yeah, but he'll come back a fair way, you watch. It's not too bad. His bowl was out there first. Yeah, he's come right back to the centre line, so...
Follows up his first, doesn't he?
Very good. So they're holding 4 now. I've never seen an 8 on TV, so let's hope...
We had a 7 in the 4s a couple of days ago, and that was Craig Merrilees, I think, from Southland. He was gunning for the 8th, and he, as the skip, didn't quite get it.
Oh no!
And we had him mic'd up, so we heard about it for the next few ends as well. It was great. But a 7 is fairly dramatic, and in fact, Alex Reid said to me he's only ever seen a couple of 8s in all his club bowling.
Yeah.
So we got the turn very well last time. Can he get it again? You can see just that.
He's out in a similar place, so he's played 3 goodies, to be fair to him.
Yeah, I might try there. Can't get that side.
Well, you can see 3 bowls from Nuki. They're, I guess, describing the colour.
So they're holding 5, and Neil's played a very tight bowl here this time, so not sure that's going to cut any out, to be fair.
And the 3 bowls at perhaps the 3:30, 4 o'clock. Let's see how his 4th one's going to go. He's got the, he knows where to put them.
Yeah, he's taking the right line each time.
And his wife Janet's legs in the way there, but almost. Gee, that's accurate though, isn't it? Even if it doesn't count.
That's probably on your forehand. Probably pay.
That's either 5 or 6 they're holding at the moment.
Try that side. Just second shot. Just
I think that's probably the
You can hear the conversation, just little snippets of the conversation there with Neil Buchanan and Joanne Stock. And Joanne Stock just coming back down. And a few little conversations. We've got a couple of the players mic'd up. Certainly Neil Buchanan and Nuki. Mike Kernahan, as a coach, I'm fascinated, and you must be interested sometimes at their little pre-bowl rituals. I think it was Val Smith sometimes lobs it from one hand to the other, almost like it's a juggling ball. Others
Are you happy to be on that side?
check it and see which way up they
Yeah.
are.
I mean, if any
So
movement of the kid would be really good for
pre-shot
us.
routine's really important. That's but like your golfers and also your tennis players, where they try to do the same thing every time before they start a serve, for example, in tennis, or obviously in golf before they...
Okay, yeah.
Right, a couple of metres off, Jake. Right, that's up.
So
And
I
here,
think
second
he's
shot,
7.
good.
I think he's 7 down here.
7
I
on the
think so,
first end.
On the first end, so this better be a good one from...
Better. Good work.
Hopefully the weight's better.
Oh, got to slow up. We'll get something.
Oh, she's going to
Look
get
with it.
away with it.
Follow it through. Good girl. Good
Well,
Wow.
that changes things, doesn't it? What are we looking at now? We've gone
So
for
she's-
potentially 7.
7 down to 2 up. Only turned around in 9 shots.
Let's just have
Well,
a
I
look
think
at
he's going
that.
to say here, we're about three down.
Oh, 7 to
That's what I'm
3.
looking at. Just go through here.
That was a beautiful bowl, just to
Well,
hit the
she's
jack
a
and
bit
take it with
lucky
you.
she hit the jack, to be fair. But she would have got 5th shot, so she would have only been 4 down. But Janet's played a good one here by the looks of it.
Good effort, my dear.
Yeah, she got 2nd shot. So
Good ball.
1 to Buchanan and Stock combination.
All right, so there we go, just the one. Well, they really reversed it around from potentially 7 against them to 1 up.
Yep. Brilliant. Very good bowl from Joe with her very last bowl of the end.
Peggy, you want them back?
Oh, not too bad. I'll just...
And in the fine conditions, the very dry conditions as well. Mike, with this dryness, the dry heat, it's going to get to around about 25 degrees, but it is dry.
Yep.
How is this going to mean the running of the bowls?
It depends how much water he put on it last night. So, and part of the challenge for the greenkeeper is he's got to put water on it each night to make sure it doesn't burn off. But what that means the next day is, as the sun gets warmer, the moisture starts to rise in the green, and we call it sweating, and it can track, so the bowl can not take a natural line. But it's been pretty good, to be fair, over the last 3 or 4 days with the fours.
Well, it's a lot of games played on it.
Yeah, absolutely, and so they've got to keep the water up. In fact, that's interesting. You should raise how dry it is. So my wife's from the Otago, and I drove up through Middlemarch to come here, and it was raining that day. It's the first rain they've had for a month, and it's that dry and hard. The water was sitting on top of the ground on the farms. It would eventually seep through, but it was that dry, it just sat on top. So they've had it, it's been difficult conditions, particularly when you're trying to set up a bowling green to last 7 or 8 days. So a couple of good bowls from the ladies first up. The men, actually, is the boys playing this one.
And so that is part of mixed pairs, that the women will start the first and the men...
Well, whoever, but...
It doesn't matter?
No, but in this case...
Just the little nuances of mixed pairs.
But the lads have played a couple of good bowls each, to be fair. Here's another good-looking one from Nucky. Very good.
And is that going to stay up? Right, it's not going to sit anywhere, but he's behind. So potentially being just behind is probably the better bet?
Better than, Neil's played a really good first bowl, just short, but if you were wanting to choose which bowl you prefer to have on the head, it's the bowl that's just past the jack.
Because the jack's really not going to go forward, is it?
Very rarely, although it did in a big game yesterday in the quarterfinals. Mike Galloway's team tried to run the jack in the ditch, and the jack hit a bowl and went back up the green. And he was still down at the end of it, so that happens, but more often than not it doesn't go forward. Here's a very good bowl from Jo. She's played that brilliantly.
Great bowl.
Follow that down.
We're just looking at it, which way was it going to fall?
It's always a bit frustrating as a player when the bowl falls what we call against the bias, so it's coming in as we look at it from left to right, so you'd expect it to fall over to the right, but it actually fell over to the left, which is what we call against the bias, and a very good bowl from Janet
Couple
too.
of feet.
Well, this is very impressive considering
They're playing well.
they're not the most experienced, albeit 23 years from Johnsonville, the Nehemiah combination, and Buchanan and Stock. They're experienced, but it's not like they're national reps as such or been to the Commonwealth Games, but they're very good club players or regional players, centre players.
Yep, and
to start like this.
And particularly when they
feet.
don't get trial ends, so actually trying to find the line that you need to take and understanding the weight of the green again on a different part of the green. It's actually really impressive that they're putting together some pretty good heads right from the start.
And this one could work well, is it? Or maybe just
Well
above?
played,
Oh.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
You're down to that, Joe, so just give it a wee bit of air.
Sounds as though
Around
that's
here.
the shot.
It's Neil Buchanan with his instructions there. Seems very confident in his partner and what she can do.
Yeah, and she's got it out in the right line again.
Right,
So-
this again.
She's not far away.
Very good. Very good. Yep, on that.
Follow that
That
down again.
should be the shot.
Just going.
So at the
Sit above
moment,
those two balls. That's good.
Buchanan and Stock look as though they're on
Look
one,
as though they
possibly
hold
two.
one. It's always the TV angle's always a little different to reality, but it looks as though Joe just drew the shot then. Tell you what, this one's close too. God, they're playing good. Playing very
on your
well.
way.
Oh, I might
That's
just
okay.
hold up.
You might.
He's having a little inspection there, Neil Buchanan.
You want to change or what do you?
I think he does need to
Round
change,
here
to
then,
be fair.
just outside
So,
that. Oh, it's on the run. I think
Yeah.
you're probably better safer this way, I think, Joe. Come up here.
I think that's a very good call.
The instructions. She asked for options.
Work.
So why would she have changed from one side to the other here?
Because that bowl that's sitting, as we look at
Yeah,
it, at around about
That's all.
10:30, 11 o'clock, is
You can
actually
rest
right
on
in the
those
draw,
bowls, you
and
can
it's
do
the
it.
opposition's bowl, so you don't really want to hit that in either.
In the meantime, Janet Nehemiah is sticking with what she knows.
Yep, and it's forced her to go a bit tighter, as you can see. Just depends what sort of results she gets, and
I
gets
like
her
it.
own out. So
That's
she's
okay.
probably 2 down now.
And you can see Neil Buchanan just taking a little look.
Yeah,
And
he's-
the same there for Nuki as well.
No, that's all right. That's good to be back there. But we're 3 down at the back.
Probably
You
2
see,
down.
So I've really just got to play
two
down
in
there.
the
Just
middle.
yeah.
Hear the other conversation, Nuki saying probably 2 down.
yeah.
Yeah, if I can.
Well, they certainly haven't played bad. They've lost one end by 1.
Oh, look, and they were holding 7 until
Exactly.
Joe's last bowl, and Janet could have been drawing for 8 if Joe hadn't played that bowl. So that's the nature of our great game. It can change in an instant.
As a player and coach, I'm going to ask you something about, particularly in the 4s,
Yep.
about killing an end. Is it, I mean, it's very useful if you want to get back in and reset. Is it something which is good for the game? I mean, there's 2 sides there, as a player / coach, or as a spectator.
Oh, I think it's good for both, to be fair. I think spectators love that dramatic action of a drive and bowls going everywhere and the jack going up in the air or the jack going in the ditch or the game changing because of one bowl. So I think it's a big part of our game. It's probably used more in New Zealand because of the nature of our
What do you
services,
think
where
now?
the quicker the green gets, the less options you have of
Yep.
shots to play, so it tends to become a draw or a drive. Whereas in Australia and in the Northern Hemisphere, the greens are, well, Australia are a fraction slower than us. Northern Hemisphere greens are a lot slower. And so the need for driving is not really there. It's diminished significantly. But no, it's a big part of our game here in New Zealand, and I would have thought that certainly the players enjoy it, and I'm sure the spectators enjoy seeing a bit of dramatic action every now and then.
I'm just waiting for this to swing around. It looks, almost came in.
It wasn't bad then
So
either.
looking at it,
That's
just having
2
a
out.
closer
I think
look.
that's all.
What do you think?
Well, they're looking at each other now.
Yeah, what do you think?
Actually, that front bowl of Neil's might. Oh, they're measuring. So that's back bowl of.
Is that bowl of Nuki?
yeah.
Yes, it is.
And the front bowl of Neil's, which was the first one he played in the end, if you remember. Remember, we had that bowl that was just in front.
That's right.
That's that one there. So they're measuring for the third one. Yep, 3.
3.
So 3 to Buchanan
It
and
is
Stock.
3, right.
Yep.
Okay, well that takes them up to a 4 in total. And a nice end for them. And we are up to, well, end number 3. And we have to say that despite the fact that Nehemiah are down, the combination there, it really is, it's been close, it's been tight.
Oh no, it's been very
Great,
good.
you
The
met,
quality's been very good, to be fair. There's been some really, really good bowls played.
We do have to remember as well that we're playing 14 ends, unlike the 4s, so there was 18 ends. And then there was, when we got to potentially the quarter semis and finals, there was one potential that we could go another end as well. There was
Yep.
close, What do you think about time limits, even when we get to the real knockout stages of quarters, semis and finals, such as the fours, which we didn't have any time limits?
No, and that's really important. The challenge we have, though, is internationally, when you play a game of fours these days, it's 2.25 hours or 15 ends. And there is a time limit. And the reason there's a time limit is there's a very famous and a really great player from Northern Ireland who is the slowest player anyone's ever seen.
Oh, just about a collision there from the rinks.
And that's why they have time limits on the international front. Really, in New Zealand, the time limit during section play is more about expediency. So it's more about making sure we can get through the day.
Right.
So when you're playing 3-4s games, and if you didn't have a time limit, you could. Some of these guys are that slow. The ladies are generally pretty good. Some of these guys are that slow. You could be on the green for 12 or 13 hours instead of 9. They could take 4.5 hours. Some of these games. So it's more about, as I say, expediency and getting the day through. And that's why in the quarterfinal, semi-final, and final, they get rid of the time limit so that they don't have to worry about rushing.
Actually restricted in those knockouts of quarters, semis and finals as well, just to put a little bit more pressure? I mean, I know there's enough pressure.
I think the only benefit of having a time limit is for viewership.
Right.
So
Because this is where they played yesterday.
a lot of these slow players don't realise that the spectators and the viewers on YouTube or through the Bowls New Zealand network actually have nothing to watch for 2 or 3 minutes at a time because they're that bloody slow, excuse my French, that nothing's happening.
I'm getting the feeling here that you're quite keen on speeding up the game.
Well, some players, look, to be fair, some players don't realise they're doing it.
No.
But with a time limit, they're required to think about it. Oh dear, that's a bit lucky.
Helped us.
It's just there, Neil, say that helped.
Very spread here.
Because Joe put a couple at the back and Janet had drawn 2 reasonably decent bowls.
And Nookie not overly happy with that one. In
No,
fact,
he's
it's probably
gone
going to hit the side wall.
He's gone out in the
Just
boom
about.
box. He
And
might struggle to get back in the rink there.
oh no, it came in a little. No.
I'm not sure he's in the rink though. No, Janet's picking it up.
Yeah, you knew it straight away. Do you know
Oh,
almost straight away that it's going to go?
absolutely. Once you've understood what the rink's doing, yes.
Right.
There you go.
I mean, they had to reset anyway because the jack was
That's right.
shifted.
Yep. Yep. He's still a bit quick. Must be downhill this way.
Isn't that funny though that every court, every field, every green appears to psychologically have an up and downhill? Wouldn't you find that? No, oh, come on. I have a look at this and I can see, okay, it's camera angle, even when I stand out there. One end feels,
They're
you proved me wrong. Okay.
typically greens are very true, very level.
Right. I just
and-
find every single court service, even at the Australian Open, I'm on Rod Laver Court and I'm thinking, that feels up and that feels down.
Yeah, classic.
Okay. You proved me wrong. Maybe it feels silly.
So Nucky's made a good adjustment. He played the Dutch hand with his first and he went back onto the other hand. He's drawn one about 18 inches away. So he's got the pace of the green not bad at the moment. Neil's still just letting them go with a bit too much oomph. So that's going to finish in a really good home actually. So you'd suggest it's 2 to Nucky at the moment.
Well, even though we're only 3 ends through, I think if they could get a couple points here, just to get on the board and actually make the field settled.
Yeah, no,
I feel that's
absolutely,
running
because
okay.
they'll be wondering how the heck they're 4-0 behind, because they've actually played really well. They played better than the other two, but Joe played that brilliant bowl and she was 7 down on the first end, and then they played a really tidy in the second end. So
That's the thing, though. You can play the best ever, but still lose the end.
Yep.
How much luck would you say is involved. A lot of players say there's a
Sorry, Joe.
proportion of
I'll
luck
get your second shot.
in each hand.
My wife hates the game because she thinks there's too much luck in it.
Oh, yeah.
But what I try to tell her is that over time,
Probably the hand.
luck evens itself out. And there is a bit of luck in this
Yeah,
game.
just round there, feeding in the air.
And you look at,
Try not to
Mike
out.
Galloway, I was talking about the jack going back up the green yesterday, and it was Mike Galloway's team, and they lost the game. That was the last team. They lost the game by 1. So if the jack had gone back in the ditch, which it potentially could and should have, they would have won the game. So just that little bit of luck that went against them, and I think they're playing Rod Greeny actually, and Rod goes on to win it.
Oh,
So
you thread the
Well, at the
needle.
moment, so what are we looking at points-wise?
I think you can.
I'm pretty sure it was 2 to
Was.
3 to.
Is it
So
good? Maybe.
Joe's just played like
Look at
she's
the one.
somehow got between
I think
those
that's the
two
best
bowls,
place to
but her
play.
weight was really
Leading
good,
their
so
last
you've got to
bowl.
give her credit for that. Played a very good bowl, so she's possibly only 1 down now instead of 3.
Janet going on the other side.
Yeah, and she's played this half decent too.
Has it got too
She's-
much roll?
I mean,
What
she
if it-
didn't want to be short because if she sits that
Yeah, just
blue
one.
bowl on the left,
So
as we
you're
looked at
round
it
that,
then,
just a draw, wee bit more
Um,
green, just
she would have had 4.
round onto Naki here. Good.
And what about the bowling style, the stance there? Regulation, a little bit of a flick on the wrist, left hand.
Yeah,
Bring
she's.
it home.
There's a bit of work could be done with that delivery, and that's not saying it's bad because everything's
Just a
square, so
question
that's
of you.
okay. But it's just as you say,
Green.
there's a bit of a
Yeah.
lurch with the step out and a bit of a
You just
flick
try to
with
draw
the
and bet these last
wrist, and we'll
green ball.
compare that with Janet here, who's a lot more fluent, even though her arm came across a soft
Yeah,
hand.
you notice that
Yeah.
her arm does come across, but that's a little bit. Oh, gee.
Yeah, she's got caught out there too. That's an interesting hand by the looks of it. So I think that'll be
Don't wanna come
1.
up.
One.
Yep.
One.
1. They're on the board.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
I know I'm going to be shot by every bowler that's
Oh, go
watching
for it
this
then.
or listening to this. But what I really like about this is it's only 14 ends. And we have this huge tradition within our sport that games should be 18 or 21 ends, and even 4 should be 25 ends. So back in the day, the National Fours Championships, which obviously finished here yesterday, of 18 ends, used to be 25 ends. And the games could take 5.5, 6 hours. And I used to coach a young man with cerebral palsy who played bocce, which is played internationally by people with cerebral palsy.
The Paralympics.
And he went to Barcelona, and they play 4 ends. And nobody seems to mind because that's all they've ever known.
That's right.
I'm not suggesting we only play 4 ends, but
Be
I am
interesting.
suggesting that 25 ends is back in the day when you had time to play for that long.
I think sometimes you have to adjust your sports to the perceptions, but also the timing of
Yep.
how people think, how people work, and
Yep.
perhaps you can still have that on a particular day. But when it comes to a national event,
Dave,
whether or not you're on Sky Television as we are, or wherever, perhaps you just need to fine-tune things a little bit.
Yeah, look, I think so. And I know Mark Cameron's
wide up.
tried a few things, and reducing this to 14 ends, I don't mind it, to be fair.
Well, but think about how many games we've got. We're using 13 clubs, 17,
Yep.
17
Sections,
greens.
yeah.
That's pretty big. And to try and fit it in, say to someone, please, we're going to make this 5 days off. And for a lot of people, they haven't actually been able to play both 4s and
Yeah.
mixed pairs because it is a long time off.
Yeah, it is. It is. And in today's world, that's more difficult
Yeah, it
than
is.
it used to be.
I mean,
So-
some have. They're loving it down here. Exactly. For those who have come from particularly around Auckland or the North Island.
Yeah. So Naki's got the shot. Well,
Yeah.
that one
Ah,
2 foot shore.
We're missing a
and
ball. Where's
no,
it gone?
it's about 5 o'clock as we look at it. There you go.
and just been given an elbow there. But no, that's all right there. We're
So
losing a bowl there to the side.
Neil's first bowl did career through past the jack a little bit. And that's what's great about Mark Cameron. He tries new things, and if he gets it wrong, he acknowledges that he's got it wrong, and he'll change. But generally, he's got most things right in terms of his attempt to just flavour up, if that's the right expression, the game that we love.
Line's good.
Janet's played a pretty decent bowl there too.
Wait
So.
about a couple of feet.
And here we have, it is Joanne Stock, the left-hander.
Yeah, so I'm surprised they're playing this hand, because it's none of their bowls are in the way, although she's she's going to get away with it.
She would be very
Come on, this
frustrating
hand
to
now.
play
Good
against.
night.
Everything good you do, she
It's a
seems to
roll
just...
Well, she's
Just boy.
got pretty lucky there, to be fair.
See, there's that line coming in.
Absolutely. And it is very frustrating to play against. And you just have to say to yourself, they can't keep doing this for 14 ends. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
That's all I did.
I was
That's
fortunate
okay.
it didn't hit the jack and drag it through.
Well, it would have
Yeah,
dragged
good,
it
yeah.
through
That's
to
right. Cover
Niels,
that
although
side.
she stayed on the green, so that's not too bad. So now they're playing the right hand, so let's see what happens. What I mean by that is that's the hand that Joe and Neil should be playing with, the way the bowls are sitting. But she's played a bit tight and missed everything.
Yeah, do it again.
So at the moment we're seeing
That's
Nehemiah.
Nucky's,
Yeah.
and the other one is
Janet
Joe's.
Okay, Joe's.
So it's a measure for shot. I sort of fancy it's probably Joe, to be fair. One on the
that's
right as we look at it.
The green to the right, probably at
Yep.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
The other bowl,
That's
probably
good.
11
Janet's
o'clock.
pretty good here. She's played this rather
All right,
well.
all the way.
Look at
Thank you.
that. Brilliant.
Oh,
Yeah, stay
Great
here.
ball.
Just a wee bit more green.
so that
On your
bowl
own
that's
or
just
off
sat
your own.
there, it's also blocking the view
Yep.
directly for the jack.
Yep.
Does that make it a little bit harder for Joe there?
Yeah, it's because you can't see it, even though you could see it 2 minutes ago.
Right,
When you
just
get on the
wait.
mat, it's actually really important that the
Try it again.
skip goes,
Yep,
that bowl
yeah.
is 9 inches
Over the
in
head,
front or
really good.
whatever, so that you actually can visualise it, because you can't see it.
Good green again.
So Joe had really good line there, but was 5 or 6 feet short. Janet's well arced again here.
Try it again.
All the way through. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Oh, it's even
That's
closer.
Righto.
Brilliant bowls.
1, 2, 3.
Up to it.
Yep. Well, 2 in a measure anyway. I'm not sure about the third one, but they're 2 brilliant bowls from Janet.
And it's just a little bit of a grin there. Oh, and a shake of her head.
She was pretty nervous about playing on the TV
She
rig,
was.
so I think that might help settle her down.
Yeah.
Joe's in the area
It's
here.
powerful.
Good girl.
Well, that, to be fair, that was a very good bowl. So she did use her own, and there wasn't. There's a small element of luck in that, but she had really good weight. She got onto her own bowl and just managed to move the jack a couple of feet, and probably has the shot now.
No, no, up. Up.
Oh, Nucky still thinks he's got the shot. So
Let's have a little look at the replay here.
she's in the right area, what we call being in the right area, and she's used her own bowl, got onto the jack and sprung the jack back a bit. And Nucky
You reckon
thinks
I can
that
come in there?
bowl at 11:30 is the shot, or as we look at it, but
And
they
we
would know because
Yeah.
the angle's a bit difficult for us.
We should say a quick thank you to our TV crew, and Tamara and
Take some
Sarah.
green, don't I?
Superstars, those two. Nucky's a bit tight.
Also, we should say thank you to all the club managers and the groundskeepers and all the volunteers as well. Plenty of volunteers around the 13 clubs around the central Otago region as well.
Absolutely, and
Yeah, no.
one of the great things, he might get lucky here. God, he has, you know. He's turned his own ball in for shot, even though he's flying.
What happened if I just come and spit the ball?
No, look, it's a huge
What do you want me to
undertaking to host
Okay.
for a couple of 3 days of bowls, but for a club. And when you go to places like Paddy Row and Waipiata and Ramfurly and Omakau, where the populations are actually minimal, it's a big call for a club to be able to host for 2 or 3 days, as I say. Oh no!
Or even going to Bannockburn. I mean, it's almost part of Cromwell, a little bit bigger drawing.
Yep.
But it's a lovely little club,
Oh, it's
surrounded by
beautiful.
these stone buildings
And it's also really close to Mount Difficulty as well. So
yes,
you know.
there's a couple of lovely vineyards there. Unfortunately, we arrived a little bit too early for that sort of thing, but it was just fascinating going in there. And it's a new favourite. There's a house just above it that is a new favourite for a few
Neil's just
bowlers.
played a great bowl there, and he's made 2 out of that.
Good morning.
So he's played a really good bowl, his last bowl, to make it 2, so 6-1. So hopefully the players have got used to being on the tally now and they'll settle down. And
I think we've certainly had a few people from elsewhere who have found their new favourite clubs with the views or just where they're situated. And you played, which club did you play in?
so we played Queenstown on the first day of the 4s and Clyde on the second day, and somehow managed to qualify, and we got Roxburgh in the day of post section. I managed to lose the first game, but that's okay. But so you get to see all of the great parts of Central Otago. Win, lose or draw, it's still a really cool 3 or 4 days.
Tell me about the club in Queenstown. It tends to be a favourite for a few people, the location of it, that is.
Yeah, well, it's very close to the lake, in the middle of their gardens, you know, the town gardens, and tennis courts actually
Yes,
just
I know the
above
ones.
the bowling club, and we get there at about 7:30 in the morning, and there's about 25 youngsters hitting balls with the local pro.
On your
So
forehand.
that's obviously what they do before they go to school. Actually, there was one young fellow who looked really impressive. I went and had a wee look for 10 minutes.
I think Lan Bale, the coach, one of the coaches there, former South African player, loves living in Queenstown, and also Ben and Ricky McLaughlin coming from that club. Ben
Oh,
McLaughlin.
right, okay.
Ben is top player now playing for Japan
Yeah.
through his mother's ties, and top 50 in the world. So it's a few players coming out of there. Lovely place to play any sport.
Ah, it's a beautiful, beautiful town. I'm not sure it's a city, is it? It's a beautiful town. I mean, it does get really busy, and the traffic can be a bit of an
Coming in
issue
from the airport, yes.
coming in and out. But putting that aside, so Janet's played a couple of goodies there. So she'll hold 2 on the change over. But look, just a beautiful part of the world, as we know.
And tell me about Roxburgh. What's the club like there? I've managed to get there, yes.
So that's they've actually had a couple of New Zealand representatives come out of Roxburgh, bowls representatives. So very long and well-established club. Got a couple of greens. Just literally a couple of 100 yards up the hill from the famous Jimmy's Pies factory. And if you ever go through Roxburgh, this is I should get paid for this. If you ever go through Roxburgh during weekdays, you cannot drive past Jimmy's Pies without stopping and having one. They're so much better when they're fresh.
Well, between
Beautiful.
you and Macbeth going up to Ranfurly and getting his team to stop at every single pub on the way, they did have a designated driver, between you with your pies there, Jimmy's Pies, and then every single pub visited by Macbeth, I think it's almost become, and this is the other aspect, you can have the winners, and even some of the top bowlers have still been enjoying themselves, because yes, you're playing potentially 9 hours of bowls in one day, but you're still having to do a little travel around, and perhaps on the way back and after the day you might call into somewhere. There's 800 individuals coming through the Central Otago region. That's a fairly big number over these 8 days of competition.
Oh, it's brilliant. And what I found really interesting, and that's why it came back here again, I'm sure, is all of the out-of-towners, and particularly the North Islanders, had no trouble travelling for an hour and a half to go to the club wherever they were, because of the scenery and because of the quaintness of the club when they got there, and how well they got looked after by all these country clubs. So actually travel didn't become a factor. So it's been huge. I think again this time it's been hugely successful, as it was a couple of years ago. And you know, I mean, one of the members of our four, Terry Scott, who's actually the Canadian national coach, him and his wife Donna went to Mount Difficulty Vineyard yesterday for lunch. So like, even if you lose and you're not happy about that, there's still some.
I think he was quite happy in the
There's
end.
still some bonuses or benefits from being able to do that sort of thing. So, looking at this head, I'm pretty sure Naki and Janet have got 3, and this he's possibly a little quick. Yeah, he's probably just run through, so I'm pretty sure they're holding 3, although that might be close to the 4th. Yeah, it'll be close, yeah.
There you go. Might have a measure on that. Let's see how this bowl comes around.
Doesn't look very happy with that. He's already said sorry, Joe.
Well, that's the thing, in a mixed pairs or even in a fours, if you do muck up or put down a bowl which is just not something that you want to do, how do you react? Or you just say sorry about that and that's it?
Yeah, and then you get grumpy people like me who don't like people saying sorry, because you actually didn't mean to do that, so just get over it.
No need to apologise.
Great bowl from Naki here, brilliant. Very good bowl. So that's
possibly
it's
5?
4 and a measure anyway, or at least 3 and 2 measures, which I think would favour them both.
And now the woman will walk down the other end. That is Janet Nehemiah and Joanne Stock. Now we've seen this before from Joanne Stock, where she's had nearly 7 against her and switched it around. What can she do here?
Well, to be fair, she's got to play a brilliant bowl to make it less than 3. Those 3, the closest 3, are actually really, really good bowls, and it's made it really difficult. There is an opportunity for her to play on her forehand, which she's doing, and just getting to those 3 bowls, but she needs a bit of jack movement if she does that. And she's going to finish underneath the head, probably.
Weight's good, Joe.
Yeah, head Neil say weight's good. Weight was good. Just needs to green it a bit better. And
now stay here.
Now, Mike, from the bowls that you can see there, are they all regulation type bowls? Because I think it was Riker. He was using some very old-fashioned bowl that he said that everybody dislikes, but he's okay with them in the men's fours final.
So it's not that they're old, it's just that they're a model that no one uses. Janet's just played a good bowl
Follow
here.
that down.
You in?
Another counter.
More green.
He just uses what's called alphas, and look, he's the only person on the planet that would play with them, I'd say, at this point.
That's pretty much what he said.
But as he says, he likes them. Oh, they finally missed. So Joe's just made the correction with a line, but put an extra couple of yards. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The last ball.
5 and a measure, I would suspect. And
well, we don't need to say what that was.
good old Neil standing right in front of the camera, all right?
Better on this angle we can see now.
God knows where that one went.
I don't know where it went. Did it go into the second ring?
So what was the signal there? Was it?
We might have to look at the scoreboard, because it was we know it's 5.
Yeah.
Well, we believe it's 5. And we might have to get the score. That's not the right.
We might have to pan right.
Yeah,
so
I think
that
that's the wrong scoreboard there, so ignore that one. And we'll just wait. It potentially could be 6 each now.
yeah. So that was a 5, so
So
it's
it was
now
a 5?
6 all.
Okay. Well, that was a great hand for them. The,
They played it well. They were
yeah.
all drawn shots, and the Jack got moved with the first bowl, and they played a really good end to get themselves back in the game.
So for you as, a coach, selector, what are you? You've got just about everything next to your name. When you see something like that, I mean, I know that they're not expecting national selection, but does it make you feel good that that sort of thing is happening?
Oh, absolutely, and that's the great thing about our game, is that you can play a world champion and you can beat them.
Yeah. Well, that happened quite a few times during the fours, because even before post-section play, there was a lot of big names that just, didn't make it.
And everyone can play the perfect bowl, which is drawing to the Jack and finishing right on top of the Jack. Every player who's played the game's done that. So it's one of those few sports where you can actually achieve perfection, even if it's only with one delivery out of about 5 million that you might play over your lifetime. But that's the beauty of our game. You get a lot of really good feedback when you do something like that. Here's a good looking bowl.
Well, this is the first nationals that the husband and wife combination of Nuki and Janet Nehemiah played.
Yeah.
And I believe it's actually the first time that Janet's even been to this part of their country.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I expect she's loving it, by the way. They're not too bad for the first four.
Those first 4 bowls are half decent.
Oh, that's all right.
So they're all in the game. What we talk, like when you get to that high performance level, it's about making sure your bowls are always in the game, and all of those 4 bowls are in the game. So all of them could finish up counting, depending on whether the Jack gets moved or whatever. So it's a decent start.
And for you, Mike, in your role working with the high performance and coaching, which nation is probably or arguably the best at the moment?
So unfortunately, Australia.
Right. Okay. Why would that be? Is there any particular reason, or is it just some individuals that come through nicely?
No, they have huge depth. They have huge investment from the Australian Institute of Sport into the game. And they have a population that's 5 times ours, and their bowling population, they've got 5 times as many decent players as we have. They've literally got hundreds of players that have the ability to represent New Zealand. Now there's what I was just talking about, the perfect shot. Everyone can play. So brilliant bowl from Joe. So it's a numbers game, and they have a different, and I'm not saying I'm an advocate for the pokies, but a lot of their bowling clubs have literally hundreds of poker machines, and they have restaurants and whatnot.
They're like the RSL clubs there, or league clubs.
Exactly the same as the league clubs, and so the funding within each individual club is massive, and the thing is they have to spend it. So the bowls clubs can't hold on to it.
Good, Joe.
It's a bit like the pokie machine money over here, except that the public, there's gaming machine trusts that manage the delivery of that funding. Over there, it's the club themselves that keep their own poker machine money,
which is a little bit at times can be interesting. They've got to be under strict control, and there's been some issues at some sports clubs. I'm not saying bowls, but some sports clubs.
And so they literally have millions of dollars each year to spend within their own club, which allows them to employ players who have jobs, in inverted commas, within the club.
That sounds like rugby when it was amateur.
You play it again?
So
it's okay. Just don't let the draw. You don't have to draw.
Only one down here.
It's not a hard run. Just don't let the draw.
So
big smile.
Yeah, she's loving it. which is that's really cool that you've got. It looks as though Joe's got a smile on her face, like they're just loving playing the game.
It's Janet
Great
on that
effort.
delivery. She
Okay.
came inside at the last moment.
Yeah.
Just in there.
It was a delivery that came around almost like I wouldn't even know whether to call it an outswinger.
It's a really simple game that we make inordinately difficult. And one of the reasons we do is because of our delivery. If you look at, and I hope I'm not boring the viewers here, but if you look at the great players, and you'll see Peter Ballas this afternoon
That's right.
in the next game that's televised.
We're only one down.
His delivery is so straight. And what I'm talking about is, and I think you understand, Dave, is the lines. He's aligned, his shoulders, his hips, his feet, his arm are all aligned with the direction he wants the ball to go down. Whereas you see some of these players, they're just a bit all over the place. And that's why it's so difficult for them to get the same ball coming out the same way twice in a row. And it's simply because they're not getting the bowl away in a straight line. See, that's not bad, but the challenge I mean, his delivery's not bad, but he's just got the way a wee bit narrow. So he's got a half decent chance of getting the bowl down the right line.
So it's all about
regularly.
consistency of movement, consistency of the delivery. Everything's consistent.
And for those people who are watching this game that are also going to watch the next game, just a point of note is to watch Peter Ballas and how smooth and consistent his delivery is compared to other players that they might see over the next 2 or 3 days. So he's
Take a look at this one here from Nuki.
he's a bit narrow too. He's just trying to arrive at the bowl, at the shot bowl, and he's just playing it a bit tight. He keeps saying sorry.
Well, it is to his wife, and they seem to enjoy playing together.
Look, I think they're having a ball.
Yeah.
And neither of them played in the fours. They only came down for the mixed pairs, which is really cool. Need to be really careful here.
Whoa.
Oh, dear. Has she given the shot on?
So
I got 2 there.
It's still 2, is it? The 2 green?
Too busy talking. I've lost.
That's all right. We can handle it. Look like 2.
Might be, it's 2 or 3 actually. 2.
And 2.
2 it was.
And a 2 to Buchanan and Stock. It is. So just taking an 8-6 lead here at the Summerset mixed. Well, I was about to say mixed fours, but no, we had the fours, and now we're into the mixed pairs. So it's been a busy 4 days previously of the fours, and now the mixed pairs, all the way through to Thursday this week. It is a busy time in the Central Otago region.
So they've gone for a shorter end again here. They got in trouble last time they did this, so let's see what happens this time.
And remembering, compared to the fours, we are on different ends. The fours 18, this time 7. So we're halfway through. Seems to have just moved on, well, relatively quickly, actually.
Very good.
Well, and that's the whole point. That's the point I was trying to make before. Look, that's a brilliant start. Once again from Jo. She's played the last couple of ends really, really well. I mean, that's the point. You just want a game that keeps going, it flows, that there's a bit of action, there's some good stuff being played, but it's not going to take us all day.
Should point out that this mixed pairs event is relatively new as a nationals. There was one previous, that was a couple of years ago, the inaugural winners, Laurie Guy and Sarah Tokomo. You are familiar with them?
Yeah, well, they're from Victoria and Wellington, so they beat Bronwyn and Roger Stevens from my club. And Bronwyn's actually in the national women's squad currently. So, and I played with Laurie in the Victoria Invitation pairs 2 or 3 times, and really good player, and his partner's really, she's a very good player, so well-deserved victory.
And there was a mixed pairs event from 2017 to 18, but it was a centre qualifying event.
Yep.
I guess like a Champions of Champions. Notable winners, Morris Symes, Glennon from, and Val Symes, Riverside. and also yourself and Raylene Castle.
Yeah, so Raylene and I won it quite a long time ago, actually, and in those days it was a separate event, and you had to qualify through your local centre and then through your local region, and 6 teams got to the final. You played a round robin, and whoever won the most games won it. So somehow Raylene and I won it. Raylene, the daughter of one of our greatest ever women players, Marlene Castle, and obviously, Raylene's had a wonderful career in sport on her own right.
Well, you haven't done too bad yourself when it comes to sports governance and around the sports, whether it's been, well, badminton, football, bowls. I think we've got it right. Probably a couple of others in there as well.
Triathlon.
Oh, here we go.
So those were the... Look, I've been lucky. You're not allowed to use the word privilege these days, but I can honestly say I've had a very privileged career, both on and off the green, so been very lucky.
What's come through from work and then been able to put your love of bowls in there as well, whether it's been playing.
Oh, he's saying sorry again? Oh dear.
Yeah, he could see
he
there
was
was
holding 2.
Ping it out to the side.
And now he's put it right in the end of the rink. It's still in.
It is.
So he's now 1 down.
When you have it right on the edge of the rink, you can only go in one direction, can't you? Can you
No.
bowl out to come in?
Yeah. And in New Zealand we typically do that, but this is an end rink, so it's actually going to be quite hard to go out to win. So Nucky's certainly chosen the other side, and he's made a pretty decent decision of it, to be fair. I think that's the only option they've got is to... Oh no, it's famous last word, so Neil's decided to play the traditional way. And we've had a couple that have just hung there and not come back in the rink. Yeah,
It's come back.
I don't think he is. So
there you go. No, it's out.
So he's just gone out probably a foot too far, and it just won't come back for you. So, and the sooner his team realises you need to play the other side like Nucky's doing, the better. Just because of the way that, this rink's an end rink and we're right out close to the ditch, and he's played a bomb there.
Yeah,
that's a great ball from
That's
Nucky.
beautiful. And even drops a little bit closer.
Yep. So that's convinced Neil to... Oh dear. Dear. He might go out the rink narrow.
Oh.
Yeah, that's probably out too.
Out. Just so tight. It's almost sitting on that outline.
Yeah.
What's the general width of most rinks?
Good on you.
Did I ask you a difficult question?
No, it's around about 14 feet, so
Right.
that's probably 4 metres.
Yeah, just under 4 metres.
Yep. He's played this well, so he's played 3 really good ones.
Oh, he almost mucked it up and put it out completely. And now he's returned, and it's staying in.
Yeah, no, that's 3 good bowls from Nucky, so he's holding 4 there.
Well, yeah, but it's keeping it in, really. So, yeah.
I think Janet just sort of thought, gee.
It's pretty rugged just down through here.
Well, you heard it, pretty rugged.
Yeah, I think she's got to play.
Yeah, I think you're better on your forehand. Just
Yep.
come up here, but keep it fairly wide. Otherwise, you end up. So.
Well, you heard the instructions there. It's pretty rugged, though.
Yeah, he was talking about going the ditch side. He said it's a bit rugged out there, and I think he's right. So he's talked Jo into playing on her forehand, going inside out, as we call it.
Just remind us again, Jo, which club is she from?
She's in Wanaka.
Right, well, just up the road, albeit 45 minutes an hour.
45 minutes to an hour.
Not too bad. Just
Lovely
wait.
bowling club there.
At least you can sit there.
She is going to get
Good.
very
Second
lucky.
shot.
All right.
So to be fair, she's 4 down. She's got second shot.
Just
So,
underneath.
Well,
If
she
you can
cut
sit the
down
ball,
that score
even
now. Is
better.
it down from
so
maybe
it's 4 to 1. Yep.
Right. Well, that's
And
actually-
Jo was telling me her husband is the accommodation manager for the Women's World Cup here in New Zealand
Okay.
in July, August. So she
Somehow I
said
don't
he's going to
think you're
be,
gonna hold your
well,
line,
he's
no.
massively
Yeah.
busy now, but he's going to be out of
Right.
out of
Just a wee
town
bit off
for
it.
2.5, 3 months
And here.
when the World Cup starts.
Oh, you've got the 4 sites as well,
Yep.
where they're going to be playing, Dunedin and Wellington, Hamilton and Auckland. But also you've got the other venues. I had to do some filming at Massey University, just out of Palmerston North, as to where the Spanish team is actually going to be staying.
Oh, pretty good,
Yeah,
Joe.
they're in Palmerston, aren't they?
So some of
Yeah,
the
good
teams
try.
are staying at
You
other
got
places.
one.
That's going to be their base for the Spanish team.
Just draw.
Yeah.
We had to go in there and film facilities, and that was quite interesting there. Jacob Oram, the
Oh,
former
that's
Yeah.
about
cricketer, he's in charge of
3
Massey
bowls,
University
or do you
Sports
prefer
Campus.
to come on the hand? You
Right.
can try the hand. What are you trying
So
to do?
Joe's
This
just
bowl
played a
here?
really good bowl there and got another second shot. So weight was perfect. She was just a fraction wide, but it's made the opportunity for
Neil?
Janet much
One.
more difficult. So good reduction from Joe, going from 4 down to 1 down. So Nucky and Janet get 1 on that ends. 8-7. Oh, it's a good tight game. You can see how both of them won their
it's
first
a lot
game.
of
They're
fun.
both playing good bowls. So
And you can see the score there, 8-7 to Buchanan and Stock over the husband and wife combination of Nookie and Janet Nehemiah. And that jack is, well, needs to be pulled back a bit, doesn't it?
yeah.
Is there
Still
any
on.
real preference for where a jack should go, the deep, the long? Does it just come down to how a combination or how a team is feeling?
I'm smiling and you're looking at me wondering why I'm smiling. It's an incredibly important part of our game. Is the ability to throw the jack to the length that you and your team are getting better.
We saw that in the women's final yesterday. It was tough. Both teams were struggling, and then suddenly on the 17th, well, the team led by Val Smith decided to bring it up really high, really close.
Yeah.
And then that was for the last 2 ends, but they waited until then.
Yeah, and it's I'm smiling because I'm known as being really. I make the point with all of our leads and front end players and singles players in the national squad that they need to be able to throw the jack to within a foot of where they want it to be. And unless they can do that, they are missing an opportunity because you've got to find a place on the green that you can play. And if you can't throw the jack to that place, then you're never going to be able to play on that place on the green that you can play.
Do top bowlers ever practice
What happened, Joe?
rolling the jack?
Not many of them. I was a bit old school because Terry, the fellow I was telling you about before, went to Mount Difficulty.
See the guy they call
He was
You
he
play
played
with
for
the
New
front
Zealand and was
Oh,
a
you put
very,
him
very
when
good
you
two-bowl
would be
force
better.
skipper.
Maybe you
And
need to do that
I
fight,
played
don't
with
know.
him when I
You
started
take a hand.
playing the game. And he made it really clear that he had high expectations of my ability to throw the jack.
Just looking now at this, the two women coming down to the end. Of course, in the blue it is Janet Nehemiah, and in the black with the white skirt, Joanne Stock.
So not a particularly clever end from either Neil or Nucky in that occasion. Nucky did touch the jack. Oh, sorry, Neil touched the jack with the second bowl.
Thank you.
Janet's played a really good bowl with the first one here.
Oh, the hand, really?
They're going to play this hand again. Not been too many close bowls played down this hand. I'll probably be proved wrong now.
Well, we have a couple of bowls just behind the jack, so they're not a bad position, are they?
Oh, look, the black one is Janet's, her first bowl coming this way this end. Very good bowl. Actually, Joe had a perfect line, was just a yard to 4 feet
I
short.
don't think she's happy with that. Well, look out in the other rink.
No, she's not
It's
happy
coming
with that
for you.
one. It's not. It's a lot different to her first one.
Yeah.
Played a really good one with the first one.
And that will be out.
Yep.
She's laughing about it. Well, that's all you can do.
Well, it's better than saying sorry all the time. Just
I feel that's a bugbear of yours.
tell you what, Joe's made a really good correction weight-wise here. Just missed, but the speed was pretty good.
So as we look at it, it is just one at the present stage, we believe, for Janet Nehemiah.
Yeah. Naki's decided to stand in front of the camera. Good lad. Is she going to get... Oh, she nearly got round it.
Now, we've got nice, pleasant conditions. I wouldn't say it's too hot. But
Yeah.
what about yourself? You've played around the world. Have you played in any conditions that were just, putting it mildly, stinking hot?
Yeah, so I played in Malaysia on a number of occasions, and it's the humidity that gets you in Malaysia. So you're talking about 35 degrees, but it's 98% humidity. And I think I was watching some European Tour golf the other day. I think one of the events was in Malaysia, or it might have been Singapore actually. It was same thing in terms of weather, and it's just the humidity that gets you in the end. I think
Must be the grip as well on the bowl.
Oh, that's
Is that
not
right?
too bad, but it's just that humidity just makes it really difficult physically.
Right.
Because you're playing with bowls, and people don't really realise internationally, you're playing 3 games a day, 2.25 hours, so you're on the green itself for 7 hours. Here's a good looking bowl. Just going to come up short, but a very, very good effort. And that's quite taxing physically and mentally, and so that's probably the toughest has been playing Malaysia. Played in Hong Kong, and that's very similar. It's really hot, and it can
What about the cold? You had a few experiences in very chilly conditions?
not really. Probably more in New Zealand than anywhere else. Central Otago at Anzac weekend. There's a very popular tournament here in Central Otago called the Anzac Tournament, and that's obviously to celebrate Anzac Day, and it's normally the weekend straight after Anzac Day, so getting later on in April, and down here it can get, like, the frost can start happening, so you're starting at 8:30 in the morning, it's about 1 degree, so that's fun. But
Well, you want to get through some of your games quite early as well. You couldn't be playing at 6 p.m.
that's right.
I mean, I know it stays lighter in this region, but
Yes, it does,
you
but-
wouldn't want to be doing that. So at the moment we're still on
Still
one,
1-2,
maybe?
1-2, the husband and wife combination. Oh, we stamped his foot, so there's something wrong with it.
Sure he's happy with that, though.
He's a bit tight, that's his only problem. His weight's not too bad. It will run away a little bit as it finishes. So actually, his speed was perfect. You just heard Joe say, just your green. Yep.
And Nookie here. His stance gets down very low, but then almost falls a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots going on in that delivery. And again, oh no, he's just gonna,
Tell me, Mike, you've worked with some of the Parajacks.
Yep.
How is that different for you when you coach? Because there's so much difference. Or is it?
Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
Dumb answer, wasn't it? It's about understanding what they're able to do, and there are things that we don't realise because we don't have a physical disability, or with the vision impaired players don't really understand how much they can and can't see, although we've got a fairly good idea. So that's 1-2 the Nehemiahs, so it's 8 all. So it's about understanding what they can do, and a lot of the time there's not much they can't do, but it's for how long they can do it, because of their physical disability. Being on the green 8 hours a day is not going to work for them, but but how can I say this? So at Com Games and or World Champs, rather than playing 3 games a day, they'll only ever play a maximum of 2 games a day. Just because, another brilliant start from Janet there. Just because of the fact that there are some challenges physically for them that just means they can't play all day.
Yeah.
So you work with that, and one of the first things we talk about when we're coaching and working with the high performance para players is, what are you able to do? Because their delivery may not need to be altered because they simply physically can't do something or address a particular technical fault because they're just simply physically not able to address that technical fault. So it's about understanding, as I say, repeating myself, understanding what they can do and working with that.
Must be good as a coach to actually have that challenge that you have to rethink in your own mind.
Yep.
How it's not just simple. You actually have to have that challenge. What can I do here? And to know that you're helping in a way, and that you're helping yourself. Oh.
Great ball from Joe, just opening it up a little bit. Well done. Oh no, totally, and it is a challenge, and it's great. And the thing is that everyone, when you're working in this type of environment, everyone wants to improve. So it's not as if you're meeting with a lot of resistance when you're trying to just improve an aspect of an athlete's performance, whether they're able-bodied or disabled or vision impaired or whatever.
Compared to yesterday afternoon,
the second half of the men's final,
was breezy, wasn't it? And now just no wind.
Beautiful. Yeah.
So just as we look at the jack there, we have to the immediate right the black bowl, and that is from Janet Niemeyer.
Yep.
And the green one, that's Joanne
Yep.
Stock.
Yeah. So both played a really good bowl, and Joe's also got a really good bowl. You can see at 7 o'clock. We call that a catcher. Actually, Neil's played a bomb here.
Oh,
look at that. You could tell 6 feet out that was going to be brilliant.
gee.
So that's a superb bowl.
And we're getting a chalk mark there, the
Yep.
little chalk spray.
Brilliant. So they're playing good, you know. That like this, there's been a few roughies, but there's also been a fairly high proportion of very, very good bowls in this game.
Yeah, just a little stomp with his feet there. I don't know if it was frustration or what that was for.
He knows he's quick. That's why. It actually doesn't help stop the bowl. I might mention it to him after the game, but we all do it, eh? We've all got our wee mannerisms when we know we haven't played it quite right.
What about Peter Bellis? What does he do?
So actually I noticed something. He put his arms out as if to sort of hold the bus type.
Okay.
Yeah, we all do it. We've all got it. You know as soon as you let it go that it's a bit quick. And the other thing that I find constantly amusing is when a player knows they're short and they're following their bowl up the green, they'll run after it trying to make it go quicker, and I always laugh at that because there's clearly no chance of making it go quicker. But no, we all have our little foibles.
There's a little question there. Neil's been just asked to check
just
the
check
line.
whether the bowl's still within the rink confines of the rink or not. Because he actually had a bowl and straightened up and careered out towards the side of the rink. Whoa, we've got a bit of weight here from Naki. Wonder what it looks like. He's in the area.
And
and he
collects
got it.
everything, but that's taking the jack out. What do you think?
Well, I think that's still in. Yeah, it's close.
But then what we have is some bowls from the next rink.
So
In the way?
there's a bowl from their own rink that's in the way, and to the left of that, as we looked at it, there is a bowl on rink 6, which is only about 18 inches inside the bowl that's...
So we do have the umpire out. That's her hand back there. And we're checking this out to make sure that we do actually have the jack.
Yeah, they're going to have to use a mirror or a layer, whatever the thing is they look through. I think Joe thinks it's out, but not sure. But it's still a heck of a bowl from Naki, because he was 1 or 2 down and wasn't easy to get at, and he's played a bit of a bomb, really.
So if it is in, let's assume that it is. Well, it's kind of like we had it over the other side an end or two ago.
So part of the challenge of playing a time limit game is the easy thing to do is to wait for that end on the next rink to finish, so there's no bowls in the way.
Right.
So they can go out to win, as we call it. And here's the umpire using the scope, and there must be a part of the jack that is touching. You'll see there's a wee black mark on the rink peg,
Right.
which is right down the middle of the rink peg, and that part of the jack must be in line with the black line on both rink pegs for it to be called in, and she's called it in, so it is in.
What about the bowl? The front bowl? The both in? Thank you.
Yeah, so they're also questioning, there's a bowl. Remember when Neil previously stood on the rink peg to look at, and
That's
it was this
right.
bowl that's sitting at 6 o'clock. That's Neil's bowl, which is on the rink, and they were just asking whether that was in or
Well,
out as
strangely,
well.
he could be the closest.
I think
But I'm not sure.
I think the back bowl of Naki's is. In fact, Joe's suggesting she might even be 2 down. Yeah, I think that's the right way to go. But
So effectively, they're saying to come in the inside and go.
no,
Or
outside.
you're saying completely outside.
Go, which
Cool.
is typically how we do it in New Zealand.
Gee,
Which,
I'm not sure if we can get this on camera. It's going to go so far out.
yeah, it is. There we go. Tell you what, his weight isn't too bad. If it comes back in the rink, this is brilliant. It's got to be in.
It is. Well, it would appear from this angle that it is sitting in.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a bit hard to tell
it's
just
definitely.
the straightness of it. Seems happy.
Might have to check this one as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Your bowl was in. Okay.
No, so that's really good sportsmanship from Naki. He's gone, nah, it's in. Don't need to get the umpire to have a look. So that's a brilliant bowl from Neil, actually. Really difficult skill to master that, drawing two right on the edge of the rink. And Naki will be looking to try and remove that, I think. Tell you what, he's in the area too.
Oh,
What a bowl.
oh
No, he's
gee.
missed everything. I thought
That
he
was
actually had the edge of
so
the bowl.
tight.
That was a very, very good effort. So he's down a different line this time, so it's not going to be anywhere near his other one.
So at the present time, the bowl closest to the jack is Neil Buchanan.
Yep.
I guess we'll call it a purple, speckled purple.
And I think the Nehemiahs have got the next two. So the bowl at 3 o'clock as we look at it.
Well, 3
And
o'clock, quite a long way away.
Yeah, the short bowls actually look closer than they are. So the bowl to 3 o'clock, as we looked at it, is actually a lot closer than those short bowls. And the one furthest back, that's at about 1 o'clock, is the other one that's another second. So let's see if Janet can sit that bowl out somehow. She's going the other side.
What do
I
you
tell
think?
you what, she's just going to go over the top of it, I think.
But it's worth a
Very-
go on her first, isn't it? Oh, gee. Has it come in?
No, she's not in.
If it drops? No.
No, that was some effort, to be fair to her.
Now, as a left-hander, to
Yeah,
go
I'm
near
not
the is it
sure.
going to be more difficult?
No, I'm
No,
not
the
sure
beat's
she's
okay.
playing the right hand here. But I don't know what they're trying to achieve with that. Just a bit quick too. Janet was really close with that first one. Not sure she's got the same weight this time though. Sorry, she says.
Just bring up beating these two here.
So holding one, drawing for two. And she's,
The instructions were to go through that big gap, but it's come up short, hasn't it?
and her speed was actually, she's going to get away with it. So that she's actually got, we rub and got through the hole and made two out of it. So two to Buchanan and Stock.
Keeping that card up there, I haven't looked at it.
So they should go to 10. They do go to 10, that is.
Yep.
And we are on to the 10th end, so we're getting through it. And Mike Kernahan, do we really have a combination which is saying we're going to win this? I mean, they both want to win it, but is there one combination which is looking the strongest?
Of these two?
Yeah.
No, I actually, see,
You
I actually
can't
think
pick a
they-
winner, can you?
No, I think they've both played okay. To be fair to them, they've all four have had their moments, and there's been some really good heads. Been a couple of perfect first bowls. Yeah.
We're just looking at the wrong scorecard there. And
No, we've got the score. It should be
we're
10-8.
we're just
if we
reversing
can.
them around.
Yeah.
There you go. We're awarding points to anybody.
Yep.
There you go. And the score up to date as this first bowl.
So Jo's
Comes
decided
down.
to get the first bowl as far back as she can and has achieved that. And Janet's played a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
So look, the standard's been great.
Yeah.
And they've all had their moments, I say. They've all contributed to the game. And they should be really pleased with their efforts here. Although I think Jo's would be a bit disappointed with that one.
Very close to the rink next door again.
Yep.
Does it?
Oh, that's not Joe. That was Neil. So
Well,
it's the boys
yes,
playing
that's true.
first
Yes,
this
we can
time.
definitely
So
see that Joe has done this end.
Nucky's played a couple of really good ones to start the end.
2 for the men, and we've got the 4 for the women coming
Yes. Yep. So two very good bowls
Oh.
from Nucky.
up. Oh, she was very consistent, wasn't she?
Hey.
Janet, she was very consistent, one after the other, right?
Oh, yes.
They're
No,
just-
that's Nucky's.
Oh, now you've got me confused as well.
So it was the men playing it.
It was the males. Oh, we got confused about who was who there for
The
a
girls are
second.
wearing the skirts. Yeah.
Exactly.
Should have worked that out a while ago, shouldn't we?
Oh, we should have. Well, that is the thing with the 2-4-2 as well, and changing.
Yeah. And it's a really cool game.
Oh.
Like it's
It's great. And just ignore the scoreboard there to the left. That is not ours.
no.
And mind you, that score's looking, they're through the 10th there as well, and 15-11.
Yep.
It's keeping tabs. What's like the biggest score that you could or might get in a mixed pairs of 14 ends?
Well, the biggest score you can get is 8 times 14,
Right, yes,
so
exactly.
112.
No,
Nobody's
I don't
going to
think
get
they've had
that.
No.
Oh, look, there'll be some
Traditionally-
teams that will get into the mid to late 20s, may even get to 30.
Goodness.
That's if a really strong pair's playing a pretty weak pair, but that's rare.
I think we saw a 35 or maybe a 36 in the fours. I recall
Yep.
one of those. I think it was Mandy Boyd's team.
Yep.
Which is interesting. They didn't even make the final, but they had a couple of big wins early
Yep.
on.
So, like mid 20s, probably be considered to be a fairly high score in this 14-end game.
Certainly, we won't. Well, I doubt at this stage we'll be getting that here. There'll have to be a big
No,
turnaround.
look, this is close. I wouldn't want to pick a winner, and that's a very good bowl from Joe there. She's just missed getting the shot. I think she's still 2 down from Neil's putting 2 fingers down to Joe, but she's really close. Oh, Janet's played one of those bowls that might work out for her.
Has. Look at that, just dropping inside. Mike, as we watch this bowl come down, when I say to people, I'm going to be at the bowls, the thinking initially is that there's older people. However, I explained that our singles winners, well, Sheldon, I think around about 27, Selena must be 29. And when you say that, wow.
Yeah.
I said our Commonwealth Games team to Birmingham, I'm not sure what was the...
4 of the girls are in their 20s.
There you go.
The boys are a little older, they're in their 30s mainly. So it's...
Has it started to get younger, or has it always been a mixture?
There's always been the young superstar like Gary Lawson was about 21 when he first played for New Zealand.
Shannon McElroy must be
Shannon
quite
McElroy was a teenager when he first played for New Zealand. And then you've had the old fellas that were playing for New Zealand with them, like, you know, the great Phil Scoggin Senior, who played with Gary back in the day. But it tends to be a little younger these days. Tends to be, but there's no predetermined age at which you consider to be not capable of playing internationally. So I played a long time ago and then basically retired and didn't play the game at all for about 5 or 6 years, and then came back about 2010 and they talked me into it in 2015 when I was 60. So age is not a barrier either, even though there's predominantly younger people in the New Zealand team.
She's happy with that one.
No.
I don't think she should be either.
So they're holding 3 here. So Neil's under a bit of pressure as they go to play their last 2. So it's very much, you know, the multi-nations team, the men. This time Sheldon's getting a go. Ray Martin is getting a go. He's early 30s. Lance Pascoe, who's early 40s. And good old Calvin Scott, who's 61. He's getting his first cap. So, yeah, I think I made the point.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what age you are as long as you can still play.
I think for a lot of people to understand that our singles champions from last month are in their 20s with Sheldon and Selena.
Yeah.
And that probably helps a little bit in the fact that they are, here's a couple of youngsters as such.
Yep.
And that they're actually combining in the mixed pairs as well.
Yeah, yes.
And this bowl from Neil is, sails on through.
Yeah, I'm surprised he played it that quick, to be honest, but
Yeah.
There we go.
A smile or perhaps a grimace.
I think he's trying to get some bowls out or get the jack, but the chances of that are relatively remote. Here's a very good effort.
You can see.
So it's the bowls to the right as we look at 3 o'clock, 5 and 2 at 5 o'clock. They're the 3 shots that count. And he stamped his foot again, which means he thinks he's quick, which means he ain't going to get back, which means he's going to, Naki's going to have 3 with 1 bowl to play.
And the instructions there.
Over the draw, took the ball. Yeah. But it could go wrong.
Yes. So Naki's just saying this could go wrong, but if I sit that bowl, I'll have 4.
I love that.
So I love it. Oh well, it's not going to go wrong because he's nowhere near it. So, and I think that's what he was afraid of, is if he played a bit wide and got the jack.
Let's just check, is it 3?
Yeah, it's 2 and a measure, and the problem is the measure bowl is.
I favour me for the third, I mean the one leaning, but the thing is if you need a peg to
Oh, well, 2. So we're back to all square. Going to go right down to the wire by the looks of it.
It is. If we are equal on the 14th, at the end of the 14th, do we play another end?
They have to play an extra end, yeah, because there has to be a winner.
No, go. No, hang on. No, you stay there. You look under here. Put a crack under there.
And you can hear probably some instructions from the next rink. It seems to be... Oh, we knocked over one bowl. What happens if you do move a bowl? What's the general rule?
So the laws of the game require the ball to be placed back in a position where both skips can agree, and if they can't agree, then it's the offended skip that can determine where that ball was prior to being moved.
That could be interesting at club level.
Could lead to some arguments.
Exactly. Particularly at club level,
Yeah.
I can imagine. So basically it's saying, watch your feet.
Yeah. The challenge, so 2 tidy enough bowls from the girls with their first bowl each. What you saw there was a guy moving, and it was that far away from the head that
It wasn't really
doesn't
going to
matter.
matter, was it?
It's when you've got, say, these 2 bowls here and one of them moves one of those, then you've got potentially some challenges. Here's a very... Oh, no, I thought she was better than that. I thought Janet was just a little bit quicker than that.
And certainly we had a big crowd here yesterday for the finals, the men's and women's finals of the Summerset National Fours. Now we're on, of course, to the Summerset Mixed Pairs. And there we have Joanne Stock walking down behind her bowl.
And 2 half-decent bowls there, so she won't be too disappointed with them.
So where would your next bowl be? Where Joanne was just standing there? Is that where you try to bring around in that gap?
I think there's enough room that both the men will be trying to get as close to the jack as they possibly can, which means they play the right-hand side of the green as we look at it. So a right-hander's backhand, which is what Nucky's going to do. And he's got the right line. Just down to his weight now. Just a bit quick, but pretty good effort first up. So Neil's going to play the other side and try and just turn one of those 2 green bowls over to make either bowl a bit closer. He looks a bit narrow to me. We nearly turned the other one off. Oh dear, oh dear. He's got a bit lucky again. I said the luck evens itself out. I haven't seen much luck go that Nehemiah's way yet.
No, not really.
Maybe that might be the next game they get it.
For you, Mike, when you see a talented player starting to come through,
Yep.
what do you look for? I mean, obviously you see that they're winning, but that's not all, is it?
No, it's more about what their delivery looks like and what their demeanour is on and off the green, which are both really important attributes. I talked about it right at the start. If people want to watch what I mean, watch Peter Bowles play the next game in terms of their delivery. He's 70 odd now, and he still gets it away as smooth as smooth.
Looking very young too.
And like he did 40 years ago.
Yeah, he does.
And that's purely down to the fact that he honed a delivery. Is a good result. Well played. Yep. So now they'll get Neil to change his hand. Nowhere near it, I would suspect. Nice. So that's the thing that you're looking for mainly is technically are they really good, and are they able to, do they have that feel for the game? So can they make correction in terms of weight when they're playing? As a young fella yesterday got to the semi-final, David Motu.
He's only 16.
Yeah, and he's in the New Zealand under-26 team that's going to be playing in the Oceania Challenge.
Well,
that's a very good bowl, actually. Even though he had the shot, he's just taken the jack back to one of his other bowls and made it much more difficult for Neil to get close to.
Yeah, Motu, I was most impressed when one of his teammates said, oh, he's just 16. We only just brought him in at the last moment.
Yeah.
And watching him on the green, even off, he's very unassuming character. Yep. He just goes up there. He bowls very quick in the sense that as soon as the last one's gone, he's up there ready to go.
Yep.
But everything about him was nice and patient.
He's an absolute natural.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you see someone like him, you're like, okay, just a little tick next to that name, keep an eye on it.
Yep. And, we've got 4 young women in the under-26 team that are getting their first go, and they're all 18 to 20. And again, what's made them stand out is that technically they're...
Just a little water, a little bit of refreshments there as we get ready for the women coming down and looking at what they've got there.
Yeah, so those young women in the under-26 team, the 4 new ones, are technically very good. Like David, really mature, unassuming, humble people who you wouldn't know whether they're winning or losing. So really good qualities to have in a young player. So the Nehemiahs have got a couple here. Just gone too far, so still 2, I think. To the husband and wife combination.
You're having to do a lot of talking there, Mike. You're
right.
Staying with me, all right?
Yeah.
It's only 14 ends, remember, not the 25.
Joe's a bit quick too, so...
It's been a fascinating game.
They might be 3 or 4 down here, actually, just looking at it.
The expressions to his partner there.
Oh, they're a lovely couple. Like, really cool to talk to when we had a chat to them before.
Out of the Johnsonville Club in Wellington.
Doesn't go in the ditch, it'll count. I'm picking.
It's, just stayed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Must be right on the lip there.
Yeah, and Neil just said that could be counting, so that means it probably is. Oh, has she gone a bit too quick again? I think she might have.
1, 2, and...
So the bowl at 1 o'clock and the bowl at 3 o'clock look as though they might be counting, and the one right at the back, it could be 3, 4 or 5 here. There's 2 out. Now they'll get the measure out. That's 3.
3. And...
They're going to measure those other 2. So...
Which one's your closest one?
So Naki actually knows what he's doing here. He's saying, let's find your closest one first, and then we'll go to... No, so Naki now knows that that's their closest bowl, so I think this one's in. That's 4.
Oh, that's a great end.
That's 5.
They're measuring far and wide, aren't they?
Yep. And
No, not yet.
that's 6. 6, not a bad time to pick up a 6.
Two, six.
Yep, 6 to the husband and
there we
wife
go.
combination.
Goodness, that is
Not a bad time to
huge
get it.
score. That is just a fantastic time to get a 6 as well.
Very much so.
How many ends have we got left?
3.
And there we go. To get a 6 with 3 ends remaining, you have to be very happy with that.
Yep.
As we change ends, and gee, well, they've had opportunities to get big scores, but it's just been taken away from them.
Yeah,
I think we
well,
had
first end,
Yeah,
they
it was.
had 7 until the last bowl. Yeah, so that'll be...
just checking on timing as well. Now, 2.5 hours that's the time, but we started at 1:45.
1:45.
So we're going okay on time. There's no issues with that. How's your maths?
Sorry, start at 1:45.
1:45.
So
right.
we're an hour and 41 minutes in.
Oh, there we
So
go.
plenty of time.
So we're not mucking around. Plenty of time there to get through these 3 urns, even though we had to do a little bit of measuring there.
Yeah, tidy start from Lucky there.
Been an enjoyable game
Yeah, no,
because we've had the shots there, then they've been taken away.
Yep.
We've had
Jack's been moved to the edge of the ring.
both sides.
Yep.
It has gone to one side, that side, and it's some good quality bowling. He does that sort of step with his weight to his right side after he releases the bowl.
I think it's a habit.
Yeah. I mean, if you keep on doing it, then it should be okay. Should be.
Yeah, another nicely weighted bowl there. That's a good start.
Mike, was there a time when New Zealand bowlers were all taught to deliver or same starts? Was there a time when that was, no, this is what we want you to do?
Yes, and it's changed in the last 40 years because the greens aren't as quick as they used to be, but always been a similar type of delivery needed in New Zealand and Australia, so you'll find that both domestically and internationally in Australia and New Zealand they deliver the bowl very similarly.
Well, what about up in the UK?
Oh, same delivery, but the mechanics of it, the biomechanics of it are quite different. So there's a lot more body momentum going forward.
Do you need that on the softer type greens?
On these quicker greens, you don't need that forward momentum, so it's more of an arm swing
Right.
than putting everything behind it.
A couple of feet, at least. Wait.
So Neil hasn't really started the end particularly well for the Buchanan and Stock team. Let's see if Joe can alter that in any way. She's just going to come up a yard short, I think. Maybe 4 feet, 5 feet.
So where are you looking at there? Who would be with
So-
the point at the moment?
So Lucky's first 2 bowls are the 2 that are closest, yeah.
Just to the left of the
yeah.
jack on that occasion.
So as we look at it now, the bowl at 2 o'clock and the bowl at 4 o'clock are the 2 shots. And if this is good enough speed, it'll be the 3rd one, but it's not quite there.
Interesting, we've had 3 different bowls perhaps that haven't quite had the push through.
Yeah. So it's a big bowl, this. Need to score this end. She looks to be arcing quite well, but she might be a bit quick this time. Yes, she is.
Oh. It was tight though.
Finished in the ditch. So she just put too much. Her correction was just a little bit too much, more weight than it needed to be.
Good line again.
Oh dear, is she going to hit? Oh, she nearly got a bit unlucky there. She was a bit quick and she hit Neil's second bowl, but luckily didn't hit it into the head, just hit it further down the green than where it was.
Mike, for you, I'm curious, how many Commonwealth Games did you end up competing at?
2 competing, 94 and 2002.
And as a coach or manager?
So I went 98 to Kuala Lumpur as the coach, in inverted commas.
Right.
There's a story behind that. And again, obviously at Birmingham last year, which was a bit more formal than what had been in
Janet
98.
Nehemiah wasn't happy with that initially,
Well,
however...
she should be absolutely ecstatic with it now.
Yeah, she really wasn't happy.
Yeah. So Neil's asked Joe to reach with this one, which is, I think, the right call because they don't want to drop a 3. If Joe can get the jack back, they'll have 2 or 3 if she can manage that.
Just in the camera shot at the moment.
Yeah, can't see what's happening.
That's all right.
Speed was actually pretty good, but she might just fall in it. But that was the speed she needed for the shot that Neil was wanting her to play.
So how did the Commonwealth Games change from when you competed to when this last occasion when you coached?
What
was different?
Well, to be fair, nothing.
Really?
It's still a wonderful experience. Typically, the same sports are still being played within the Commonwealth Games as they were in '94. You always get 1 or 2 changes each games, but typically, and I think what's been added since '94 is rugby. So rugby sevens wasn't around then. But your athletics, your swimming, your cycling, your weightlifting, your wrestling and judo and bowls and all those things. He's not sure why he wanted to go that quick at that, actually. Are all still staple. So, and it's the only thing different this time, to be fair, was there were 3 villages. There's normally just athlete villages. There's normally just 1, and that's because the venues were spread around the Midlands to quite a large degree.
Great ball.
Oh, he's played a bomb here.
Oh.
Well done.
He's played a bomb. Mike.
Who's closest? Are we looking at the black bowl still, or?
Oh, hang on. They just moved the kitty.
Janet's going to have a look
She's
to see who's got the
saying
shot. Using the fingers to do that.
From this distance, it would suggest the black, but I'm not certain.
Oh, so he might still be holding 2,
Yeah.
so...
The unofficial measuring says
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. So other than that, having 3 athlete villages,
Yeah.
there was, like, the games themselves are still very similar to what they were, 40 years ago.
What about the actual bowls itself?
Well, again...
No, nothing changed.
Again, all the games that I've been to have been in the Northern Hemisphere.
Right.
So that's playing on 10, 11 second greens versus 16, 17, 18 second greens. So I've never played in the Commonwealth Games in New Zealand or Australia, and obviously 2018 was the Gold Coast. So again, nothing changed for me, and from a coaching perspective, compared to my experiences as a
Are they
player.
going to measure, or are they?
I think she's going to measure. I know she's.
There we go. Tape measure out. So we're thinking possibly 2 to the Nehemiahs.
So Janet thought they had 2. So this is the closest bowl of Joe's and Neil's. And I'll have a look at this one first.
And it
That's
looks
in.
as though that's the closest. So the
Yep.
Nehemiahs take 1, we think.
And they're just measuring for the second one. 2.
It is 2. There we go.
Yep.
So they take the gap out to 18 to 10.
Yep.
This the 14-in competition of the mixed pairs, the Summerset National Mixed Pairs here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, and a nice handy lead as we move on with the penultimate end.
It's actually all right at the moment, thank you.
So Janet's thrown ditch to ditch almost.
I think the difference for me, Mike, is that I've been to 2 Commonwealth Games. They've both been in Australia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And, albeit the first one was working with gymnastics and badminton in Melbourne 2006, and the second one was working with squash 2018. But calling into the bowls, I caught up with a couple of friends there, Terry Matterford,
Yep.
ex-journalist for the Herald, and went and had a look at the bowls. And one of the venues there, I think the venue, was quite impressive. Had the big stands up.
Yep.
And having a little look there.
No, they've always been well supported from spectators' perspective. I mean, you don't get 30,000 like you do for the rugby or athletics, but you do get 4,000 or 5,000, and around a bowling green, that's quite a large number. So it's typically been well supported.
And on the Gold Coast, the greens, what sort of grass or surface would they be?
So they're grass. So these are weed. Our greens in New Zealand are a weed. They're a cotular weed, and either and there are 2 or 3 different forms of it, but all very similar. And that's why our greens run a wee bit more quickly in New Zealand than anywhere else in the world. And in Australia, I don't know what sort of grass they use. It might be bent from memory, but I could be completely wrong. And depending on what part of Australia, further north, it's a much thicker leaf grass that they use, up in the northern territories, etc. But typically, sand-based grass greens in Australia that run at best 16 to 17 seconds, which is great. Can run as slow as 11 or 12, depending on whether it rains or not. So the surfaces in New Zealand and Australia are quite different from that perspective. When it rains in New Zealand, unless it's underwater, the green doesn't really slow down that much, whereas in Australia it plummets. So Janet's played a good one, and there hasn't been another bowl gone close yet, so
No.
that is putting a lot of pressure on Neil, because they actually need to score this end. If they don't score, they can't win the game. So, because they'll be more than 8 behind with 1 end to go. So, pretty important that one is.
That was too long.
So let's see a good correction from Maki. This one, we hope. I think he likes it a little bit. Just a smidgen under green. His weight was probably good enough.
Yeah, this one will stay on. Running out quick though.
Bit of an overcorrection from Neil. He's just come up a little bit short.
So when you feel the pressure now, or you're under pressure like Buchanan and Stock, what do you have to do? You have to just say, slow down, just do what we know. Don't feel that pressure. It's very easy to say.
Yeah, no, it is. And we've got a mental skills coach called John Quinn, who works with Tom Walsh and Emma Twigg and the Crusaders, and he's really good, and he loves working with bowlers, because he says we're the only truly amateur athletes that he works with. And we talk, it's a guy called Kerry Evans, who is a
footballer.
Yeah, and he's a forensic psychiatrist, and he's worked with the All Blacks, and he talks about the brain being in either the blue or the red zone. And the blue zone's a really good place to be. And the red zone is where what you just described.
The red zone is there.
When you're under pressure and you're starting to do things that you wouldn't normally do, and you're getting a bit tense or grumpy or angry, or there's a very good bowl from Naki, so they're holding 2 now. And so there's a couple of things about that, and what your question did involve part of the answer is that you've got to get back to process, and not allow the pressure of the situation to get you, which is easier said than done.
Of course.
And so we spend quite a bit of time about developing strategies and talking about how we can first of all recognise that we're in the red zone, because if you don't know you're in the red zone, you can't get out of it. And then once you understood that you're in the red zone, what do we need to do to get ourselves out of it? And a lot of it comes back to just making sure we follow the processes that we've been following for the entire game. So, this should... Oh, sorry, you were going to say? I was just going to say this should be the last end the way this head's shaping up, but funnier things have happened.
What it really does appear more and more every time it's bowls is so much about consistency and processes.
Yep. It's no different to golf, no different to tennis.
Every sport, really.
Yep. I mean, we're a bit less dynamic than tennis, so I tend to liken us a lot to golf.
Yes.
In that, you know, there's 1 or 2 minutes between each shot. There's a whole lot of rubbish that can go on in your head in those 1 or 2 minutes that can get you from the blue to the red zone really quickly.
Well, look at Gavin Hanlon playing with Craig Merrily, and golf is his expertise, and he works in sports.
Yep.
And for him, he hasn't actually been playing bowls.
Only about 4 years, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But he'll take a lot of his pre-shot routine that he would have had, I'm guessing here, but that he would have had for his golf is easily transferable to this game.
Well, Mike Cunahan, let's have a look at these last couple of bowls,
she's
because
2
this
down.
could be it.
This is the last ball of this end, and she's 2 down. And unless she draws the shot, then she's close. She's very close. She's played a bomb. No, it's gone too far.
Too far, so that should be it. It is. There's the handshakes. Oh, no, we're just checking. We've had the handshakes with the men.
Yep. Yeah, no. Quite often, some teams will want to play the whole 14 ends, but in this case there's absolutely no need, because they're 10 shots behind with 1 end to go, and they can only get a maximum of 8, so the game was over.
2 then in the end?
Yes, so 20 to 10.
All right, so a win there for the husband and wife combination of Nuku and Janet Nehemiah over Neil Buchanan and Joanne Stock. This is in the Summerset Open Mixed Pairs. Congratulations to that team. There are many miles going through, and a good win for them. We've got some highlights coming up in just a moment.
Thank you, Mike.
And hello and welcome to the New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open Mixed Pairs, broadcasting live from the Alexandra Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary today by Mark. And Mark, can you talk us through first up who are watching today?
Well, they'll need no introductions, Dave. Alex, sorry though, Peter Bellis. I'm sure you've heard of Peter Bellis.
I've been here once or twice.
One, perhaps New Zealand's most famous male men's bowls player, world champion, Commonwealth Games champion. Am I right there, Alex?
Yes, he's won world titles and Commonwealth titles and national titles and everything in between.
And that's just the lesser bowling of the pairing, working with Reen Bellis, his wife. So Peter Bellis and Reen Bellis, all the way from Wanganui, from the Aramahoe Club in Wanganui, and they're up against Jane Reid and Dave Robinson, who are from Invercargill. And I'll perhaps give a little bit more background as we go through the day. We'll go through this game in terms of certainly Jane's background in the sport and her many titles. Less so for Dave, according to Dave, but certainly bowlers that have been around the national scene for a number of years now.
We see the jack there delivered to, what, about a metre short of the 2 metre mark?
Yeah, a little innovation that we're trying out today too, Alex, aren't we, in terms of we will have Peter Bellis mic'd up, and hopefully we get to talk to and listen to Peter in terms of perhaps the game itself, but the strategy and the shots that they're playing. And I think that's hopefully it's an exciting innovation to our broadcast, to our commentary, is that not only do we get to listen to our players out there on the green, we actually have the opportunity to talk to them about shot selection, strategy, in terms of how the game of bowls is being played.
Yes, absolutely, and who better to ask than Peter Bellis what he's planning to do? Yeah,
well, I had the pleasure, as you know, Alex, of playing with Peter in the fours, in the Summerset National Fours this year. And it's fair to say that it was a learning experience for a junior bowler like me. But really,
handy one. Well done.
Really acknowledged with Peter I guess the fact that he was probably about thinking wise. He was about 5 steps ahead of the rest of us. Strategy and of course Peter was able to deliver the big bowls, whereas the rest of us were just trying to keep out of the road so he could actually deliver the big bowls.
And it'll be interesting, of course, in this mixed pairs format, which is 2-4-2. So essentially what they're doing is playing a fours game with a pair. It'll be interesting to see how that experience comes through for Peter.
Yeah, look, I've no doubt that Peter and Reen have played many games together. Isn't it nice just to see the jovial, the fun, the social nature of our game out there? Yeah. Perhaps this is N1 and it's not N14. There might be a bit less talk at in N14 than 1, but yeah.
That's one thing that's always been with Peter, though, is if you've watched him through the years and look back at some of the old videos, he always has that exact smile there that you can see essentially on his face when he's playing bowls.
Yeah, and I guess just reflecting back on my experience of playing with him, that in the fours game he was often walking down to the head as skip, and he was 5 or 6 down, and he still had that same smile every single time. So that was nice. Many other skips wouldn't have that same approach to their teammates, but he was certainly smiling away to us and effectively giving us the thumbs up and saying, "Oh, hey, I got this, guys. Don't worry."
Yeah, I suppose part of that is trying to keep your team calm and relaxed, isn't it? Because you're never going to get better bowls out of people who are tense and stressed out and thinking, "Oh, I'm not playing very well."
Yeah, very much so, and that helped us a lot. I mean, we were newish bowlers, shall we say, to the national scene, so he certainly gave us the confidence.
That's a very good first bowl there from Dave Robinson.
So Alex, we've got the stickers in play. Do you want to maybe...
Yes, I can, and I will explain what the stickers are for. So you'll notice that Peter's bowls and Reen's bowls have white stickers on them, and the other bowls of Jane and Dave have no stickers on them. So that's sort of to help us tell who's who and who's playing with what. So the white stickers are the Bellis combinations bowls.
That makes it a lot easier. And certainly in pairs, it's Alex, it's a lot easier to see. We've only really got 4 sets of bowls out there, as opposed to in a game of 4s where you effectively have 8 different colours sometimes. So nevertheless, the stickers are useful to assist us in broadcasting and describing the game.
Yeah, just to help us out, and Peter would have been involved playing a lot of televised bowls in the 80s when it was all black bowls, and the innovation was sort of about 10 years later to go with coloured, so it sort of swings and roundabouts really. As Peter's bowl there, he's had a pretty good line all 3 times, but just falling a bit short with that one.
Yeah, and Alex, just back to the 2-4-2, so effectively now we have Reen and Jane, who'll be skipping effectively this end, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's the way it works. It can be interesting to see the dynamics there, and you always work out with X number of ends who'll be playing the skipped bowls per se, the last 2 bowls of the end, if you play all 14 ends out. And sometimes that can play into the strategy of it. It's sort of a different game, different to anything else we play on a domestic scene, this 2-4-2.
Yeah, another tactic, I haven't seen a lot of it in this tournament, but you know, I guess tradition would say that the male player plays with the male player and the female with the female. But I did remember a couple of years ago with these national finals, and you know, there was you know, the male player was playing with the female in terms of which end of the green as well. So you know, I guess that's part of the strategy, isn't it?
Oh, 100% is part of the strategy, and you can try and sort of, I suppose, change the book around a little bit. Someone like a Joe Edwards, or a Mandy Boyd, or a Val Smith, or you know, a number of the top female players are more than capable of taking our male skips apart. So why would you not put them against them?
There was a bit of a tough bowl there from Dave, wasn't it?
Yeah, he played it well. He's just a bit unlucky to snick the jack back. So the Bellis, Team Bellis, I suppose, as we'll call them, holding 1 now, which means that Reen, instead of trying to get the shot,
play here. This is
here we go.
your bowl. You just got to turn it, slip on there. Just saves
Thank
giving
you,
anything
Peter.
to work off out there.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Mark. So Reen just on the forehand, holding 1, so protecting the shot sort of thing.
Now I guess we get to see whether Reen was is paying attention. Well, I'm sure she is, and how she goes. But I mean, Reen herself is a very accomplished bowler on the national and even international scene. I'm sure she was in the New Zealand Masters side a couple, 3 or 4 years ago as well.
Yes, she
Certainly
was.
An accomplished player with national titles as well.
Yep, and she's won at least 1 national title, and I think off the top of my head I can think of 3 national finals that she's been a part of in the last 5 or 6 years. So sort of no stranger to the point end of competition, as we see Jane Reid here on her backhand side. Great last name, but spelt wrong. Not far away either. Jane Reid, oh, looking for a snick, but just a little bit wide.
Right, Reen.
So I'm picking Alex. He's just looking to get him behind the head here. Is that right?
Yeah, or it was essentially exactly what she's just done there. So she's promoted. She's promoted the bowl up and followed through for second shot.
We're a couple down.
Oh, Jane deciding to come have a look. I like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you may as well do it. It's a complicated head if you look at it. Like we speak about it being like a game of 4s, but it's harder than a game of 4s because you're generally more accurate when you're given 4 bowls each. So there's more effective bowls played, and you have to just think that little bit harder. So Robinson and Reid 2 down here on the first end. Not much on really if we look at the head from the player's end. So I suspect she'll just try and draw as close as she can on her back end, which is to the left as we see it.
Yeah, and potentially just promote her or promote Dave's bowl up. Is that the objective as well?
Yeah, she can. Yeah, absolutely. She can afford to miss a little bit narrow. So we talk a lot about putting bowls in the right area, and you know, Peter Bellis is a big proponent of that. So it's just sort of you're there or thereabouts. You've got percentages here. How much is it going to turn for her? That's the question. On the backhand side, she's not a million miles away, Jane Reid. Not a million miles away. What a shot. Well, that's not bad, is it?
That's very, very good. Alex, I've been used to your what a bowl statement. Have you dropped your what a bowl and you now what a shot? Is that the new lingo?
I hadn't considered that I said what a bowl too much. So I can't answer that question. Maybe what a shot is what I'll say for the Nationals down here, Mark.
Excellent. No, that was a brilliant bowl. And, you know, obviously she spent her time and had come and had a look at the head and decided or agreed with Dave in terms of what shot to play, and duly delivered.
When you can do that on the first end of one of these events, and I'm not sure how often Jane and Dave have been on the television, but you know, it's a televised game against one of the best bowlers we've ever produced, and it's your last bowl on the first end. You can draw essentially a side toucher. I think they'll be feeling pretty good about the rest of the game, Mark.
Oh, they will. I did sit down with them both before the game, and yeah, a little bit of nerves in terms of the TV. It was interesting though to learn a little bit about their background. So Jane Reid is from the Waverley Bowling Club in Invercargill. Numerous club titles. She's Gold Star at regional level as well, so at centre level she's won a number of centre titles. She's a current Southland rep and skips the Southland fours side, which will be playing in the upcoming inter-centre. So yeah, a lot of bowls experience there. I think she said to me 16 years of playing bowls and still loves every moment of it.
Awesome, and I think probably if she skips that Southland fours team, the women's fours team, that'll put her in really good stead for this mixed pairs. And we saw her last bowl showing no signs of nerves. Dave's got a lovely delivery here, Dave Robinson, on his backhand, taking his time. Now, have I noticed, Mark, have we switched the direction of play today, or am I not paying that much attention?
Yeah, we have. So the Summerset National Fours was being played effectively, how can I describe this, left to right on the green. I'm sure I could figure these things out, north and south and east and west, but
that would mean nothing to me.
Yes. So we were effectively playing left to right, and now we're obviously playing, and if you look at the screen now, we're playing up and down. So we've changed it around for 3 days, and part of that is to give the greens, I presume, Alex, a bit of relief, you know, from the foot traffic up and down.
Oh, great shot down there, Jane.
Absolutely. That was nice of Peter Bellis there on the crossover, just saying great shot to Jane Reid. That's good sportsmanship. But you find that over long events, Mark, that the greenkeeper is ultimately the person who makes these decisions. But you think about it, it can't be that good to have 4 or 5 or 6 days. Imagine if we played all 8 days in a row going in one direction. You get grooves in the rinks.
Yeah. And there was potential for that in the last couple of days where we actually did play 4 days in a row of the same direction. So I know the greenkeeper's pretty pleased to be playing the other direction. And we'll continue to do so tomorrow and probably Wednesday as well.
Not like I used to.
There we go. Jane on the forehand now with her first bowl. Little feather off that one. Yeah, she's done it. Playing well in these early stages.
There ain't no TV nerves with Jane, is there? With Jane
No.
Reid?
Straight into it. Rain Ballas now on the backhand side. Lovely groove delivery. 4 nice deliveries for anyone who's pays attention to that sort of thing here with these 4 players.
So by contrast, I sat down.
You need a touch more.
I sat down with Dave Robinson as well and asked him how many centre titles and club titles and what sort of representative players he had, and he said no, he's never represented his region. He doesn't have a centre title, and he doesn't have a club title. So, but he, so it was a very short conversation in comparison to my conversation with Jane Reid. But you know, it loves attending these sort of events, loves playing bowls. Plays out of a very strong bowling club in Invercargill, though, the Tarangi Bowling Club. And as Alex, you might be aware, you know that club had a very good run at the Summerset National Fours over the last 4 days, where they made the semi-final. And
yes, Steve Sanders and co, wasn't it? Steve Sanders and Heifer and Lowe and whoever the fourth player was. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but
Clear
of course
run,
if
you're
people want to
close,
find
mate.
out, as we just watch this bowl, look at this from Reen Bellis.
Great effort.
Oh, just through the gap. What was I saying? If people do want to find out, Mark, the full results for either the fours or the mixed pairs and see how members of your club went, you can find it all on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which is available on the Bowls New Zealand website. There's a few different ways to get there, but all the results sit there for your perusal, and you can even search individual players and see how they've gone over a few nationals now.
Yeah, it's a new piece of software that we've implemented, obviously, within
So
the
close
Bowls
with the
community.
last.
You know, and whilst change and technology always takes a little while, I think this one's working out pretty well for the bowls community, and certainly those that like to follow results and like to follow their friends, or just like to find out what's happening in the bowls community. Yeah,
and it's only going to get better, isn't it? We're not far away from a space where a post section can be end by end updates on Bowl Sub Aotearoa. That's able to do that if we ask really nicely. So it's only going to improve as we see Jane Reid here now on her backhand, looking to make I think 2 or 3 here on the head. You can see it's the bowls without the white stickers that are the team of Reid and Robinson. Jane just falling a bit short with this one.
She'll still, I assume, be pretty happy though with the 2 bowls that she's got on the jack at the moment.
Are they not far away, are they?
Just your place.
Now, how fast is it going to stop is the question. This bowl of Reen Bellis's, at least 2 down on the head to Jane Reid's 2 bowls, and Reen isn't going to change that. Slightly overplayed at that time. Good line. And they go for that long walk down. They can be long walks sometimes, can't they, Mark?
They are. Sometimes they're just a quick smile and keep going, and other times they're a, hey, this is what you need to do, or what we need to do type discussion. And clearly there are 2 styles at play at the moment.
I've had happy little walks down when my team's given me the world, but there's other times where you almost don't want to get down the other end, because when you get there you're going to have to play a really good bowl or drop a number, as Dave Robinson now just looking to add.
I think Jane's told Dave exactly what bowl to play, so the expectation's there.
Yeah, it's got a good delivery. Takes his time here, Dave. Sort of a couple of practice swings first. I'm not sure if he likes that one. Just about made it. So for Peter and Reen, if you look at the head, he probably won't be tempted to do anything. There's a back bowl in for Reid and Robinson. He's going to be tempted to have a nibble though, Mark, which is the reverse of what I was saying. And he's not far away. Look at this. He's done it.
And that's why he's Peter Bellis.
That was brilliant. I think that might be why he's won a couple of world titles. Now,
I think that, Alex, that's the difference. That's what I've certainly noticed having played with him, is that us shall we say, regular bowlers or club bowlers would have been thinking draw. As we'll see in this replay, Peter is prepared to attack the head.
So he had sort of some percentages going with him. He thought in the area, and he's managed it. He was actually unlucky to get that little snick off that front bowl. I think if he got something square, we would have seen even more movement. But what a good first bowl that was from Peter Bellis, showing a lot of confidence there.
Would you put that count, Alex, at 3?
I think so.
It's hard to How many seconds we've got to that?
Or are we saying that last bowl of Dave's may well be shot?
The last bowl of Dave's is the shot, and Peter was just asking how many seconds they've got. So he may try and remove it on his backhand. Even the plant's fine, that front blue plant. Okay, what about the jack or a bowl? Well, you take those, but you sort of...
Luck only begins when you're up.
That's good from Peter there.
I think that might be a moment to actually get Peter on call, and we'll just ask Peter to describe his thinking around those last 2 shots, especially the last shot, shall we say.
Yep, go for it, Mark. Let's see how the technology can work.
Peter, I hope you can hear us, but we're just connecting in with you now, and we're kind of hoping you might describe the thinking around the last two shots, and perhaps the outcome of the last shot might be worthy of a conversation as well.
Well, I was a bit fortunate with both of them. There was chances in there onto those front bowls, and got maximum result with the first to get both the shots out, and then a little follow through. If I was a fraction tight, and I was looking to try and get the bowl clean, but there was awesome chances in there. So luck only begins when you're up. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. It was good on that occasion.
Peter, I was just commenting to Alex and just saying that us sort of regular club bowlers, I'm sure you've experienced watching or playing with those in the past, we would have just been thinking to draw into that head with your second to last bowl. You know, you were thinking very much just to take out their bowls.
Look, it was a pretty good sort of draw shot to get that, and certainly when the first one, give yourself a chance down through the bowls and see what happens, and that gives you one to draw out of trouble if it doesn't go right. But that guy's fortunate in the target area and got results, so we'll take that.
And Peter, before I we'll disconnect you in a second, but before I do disconnect you, how's the green playing? How's that rink holding up?
Well, it appears, we've just had one end each way, and it looks to be nice. Reen's made a good start on this end with both their bowls, so yeah, look, I think the rinks here are all pretty good, and obviously we played the fours the other direction the previous 4 days, but this is very nice. Happy with this. And you can see that by the bowls that have been played on those first two ends. Jane and Dave have drawn some really good bowls in there, and looks like we've got a good match on our hands here.
Oh, it does indeed, and Reen's come to the party now too, because those two bowls of here are exceptional.
Lovely start. All starts with the lead, Mark.
It does indeed. Thank you, Peter. We'll let you get back to your bowls, eh?
Right.
That's amazing.
How did that technology work, Alex?
Well, I thought it was good. I was enjoying listening to you and Peter have a conversation, and I suppose it made enough sense if we think back to his first bowl. He said, well, it was a hard draw shot to play, so why would you not be up? And that's, I understand that logic. That makes enough sense there and showing his experience. But I'm looking forward to hearing what Peter has to say about some bowls to come, Mark, and based on this game, there's going to be plenty to talk about.
There will. I think we'll make a point, though, of we won't talk to him when he's on the mat, eh? I think that would be the smarter decision.
Depends how much Jane and Dave want to. We could help them out.
Yeah, exactly.
And Peter, he was just looking to add a bonus there. Sort of, he'll be happy enough there or thereabouts. But what a great start that was from Reen Ballas. The two, are they green bowls? The green bowls with the white stickers, essentially on the jack.
Yeah, Alex, I might have to correct you in a second because I think your colour blindness is coming through rather strong at the moment.
The ones next to the. Are they not green?
No, they're a purple bowl.
Okay.
But close.
This is why we use stickers. Yesterday in the men's fours final, I was telling someone I really liked Riker Gregory's pink shirts, but apparently they were grey shirts, so who knows?
Yes, they were very, 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 very neutral grey, but it just goes to show that you don't need a quality shirt to be a good bowler or to have a good bowls team.
Yeah, I thought they were a bright pink as Peter Ballas here, drawing the 2 metre mark. Not the end of the world. And Dave Robinson taking his time. I do like that, the deliberate style. It's sort of the opposite to what we've seen come through in the last few years, Mark. If you think about the players making move, there's lots of really natural players in both Australia and New Zealand, like your Aaron Wilson, Sheldon Begri-Howleys. I quite like seeing a deliberate player, as long as it's worth the wait.
I think, Alex, what you see with some of these, shall we say, next generation bowlers is how quick they are on the mat. Whereas Dave is probably more your traditional, get on the mat, steady yourself, get in the right position, look for your line, and away you go. Whereas you mentioned Aaron Wilson before, who's I think he's the Commonwealth and World Champion.
Commonwealth. Twice in a row, two
Twice.
Commonwealth Games golds, yeah.
And literally he would have, stepped on the mat and within a second, 2 seconds, have delivered the bowl, which is a confidence thing in terms of his, his delivery and his intent. But for the rest of us, it's probably a little bit more laboured.
Yeah, and I think also players like that from Australia, semi-professional to professional bowlers, who if you ask them would literally be playing 4 or 5 days a week. So say 40 hours of bowls a week. You don't, it just would come, wouldn't it? If anyone played 40 hours of bowls a week, you can't buy the talent. But if they have their groove delivery, us being models might have to take a few seconds to figure out how delivery works. But if you have 40 hours of playing bowls a week, surely it comes a bit quicker and a bit more instinctive as well.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't. You can imagine trying to practice and you had to spend 10 seconds on the mat every time. That would be long practices, wouldn't they?
It would be.
When your coach is telling you to get 1,000 bowls down there a day, well, you're probably thinking, oh,
do
I'll
it as fast as possible.
Yeah.
But they do work for it. I think Mike Kernahan made a really good point.
So. You're just trying to get into.
Just
under me. We've got a little bit of cover here, but you can score and cover at the same time. Thank
you, Peter. Great commentator is Peter Bellis. But what I was saying is Mike Kuhina made a really great point. Some talk he was giving. He was talking about the good bowlers, so your world champions that we have, like your Shannon McElroys. They're good because they put thousands of hours of practice in. And if you want to be good, that's what you do. They've worked for what they get.
Well, that was the Lydia Ko 10,000 hours. You're not going to get good at your sport, good at your profession if you put in the 10,000 hours. You're just going to put in the 100 hours, then you'll get the 100 hours worth of results almost.
Absolutely. And Reem Bellis with the 2 bowls right on the jack. Remember the white stickered bowls, Team Bellis. Looking to cover and score at the same time, said Peter. And if she lands that bowl square, she's done it.
Very good there,
just looks like they're holding 3 or maybe 4 there, Mark, if we look at that lovely overhead shot.
Yeah, I'd say it is 4.
Again, under a bit of pressure here.
Unfortunately, in the sport of pairs and 4s, we don't have the lollipops, the markers out there, so it's not quite as obvious for us.
Yeah, just have it when you sit on either of those, you're scoring.
Yeah, Peter just saying, look, draw to the 2 metre mark, where the majority of the bowls are.
And one
just takes her time.
One imagines Alex after this that Jane will probably try and run the head again.
Yeah.
Looks like she's got a few catches down the back.
And she's sort of committed to that by playing it with her first bowl, hasn't she? So it's just a matter of taking less green for Jane. Sort of that front bowl at 12 o'clock is almost a good target to get around. If she can get around that, she knows she's going to be in the area. Reem Bellis just added another counter.
Very good.
What beautiful bowls Reem's played this end.
Oh, yep, good day.
Yeah, that's counting. It'll be 5. Dave just said draw it. We'll see if she listens to her lead. Oh, she's taken the line for the run shot. And she's not far away, Mark. Looking to hold up.
Oh.
Good shot. Bit unlucky, really.
Not bad, though, to go from 5 down effectively to 2 down.
Oh, great shot.
She won't be overly disappointed with the outcome, considering she's 5 down.
Yeah, but watch this replay. She's right in the area, isn't she? She's looking to get around that front blue. Now, this replay is in slow motion, folks. This wasn't what it looked like in real time. Looking for that target. Reem's first bowl, snicking the jack over. And 2 to Team Bellis.
That's a pressure bowl so early on in the match, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And for Jane, I think she'll take a lot of confidence, really. We saw on the first end she played a bomb to draw the shot. Third end, she's played a good shot now to cut it down to 2. So Jane's up for this fight. 14 ends. They're not the slowest games in the world. Mike and Dave were talking about that in the previous broadcast game. That the 14 end one sort of is nice and speedy. I quite like the 14 ends too, Mark. I think it's a good call for the mixed pairs.
Well, I think in terms of the pairs format in general as well, it's a nice format where you know, you haven't simply got a lead and a skip, and those are the set positions for the entire match. You're actually allowing both players to lead and skip, and you're testing them in, I guess, both skill sets.
Absolutely. And Peter Bellis with his first bowl right on top. If you watch his delivery, it's still very, very good. On the back end. That's a lovely shot. I think Peter and Irene will be feeling pretty good about this game, to be honest, and the little touch of spray there.
Now, Alex, the other little piece of research I did prior to the game was I found out that the Bellises have had 2 wins from 2 so far, so you know, they're unbeaten, but equally Reid and Robinson, Jane and Dave are 2 wins from 2 as well, so that kind of sets this up for a pretty close match, hopefully. Yeah,
it should do. And of course, the conditions of play for this event, they play 6 games over 2 days. You win 4 or more, you qualify for post-section. So both of these teams, regardless of this outcome, will have a chance at tomorrow's play.
Yeah, based on their results so far, you'd like to think that that certainly they're in with a good chance of advancing to the post-section, although, you know, the numbers for this event, Alex, so this is a new event, the Summerset National Mixed Pairs. Traditionally, bowls has been played in the gender, so you know, you play your men's 4s singles pairs and you play the women's singles 4s and pairs, but we introduced this new mixed event 2 years ago down in this venue, down in central Otago, and I think we had about 180 entries, which was fantastic, because you know, we were thinking about 100 would be about the number.
Yeah.
You know, 2 years later we're back down here again, and 230. So 460 people playing in this event, in this Summerset Mixed Pairs, or National Mixed Pairs, which is a great number. But also a number that's, you know, you've got to advance, don't you? You know, you've got to make the post-section and effectively win, if my maths are right, to win the national title. After the round robins, you've got to win 7 games in a row.
Yeah. So it'll be well deserved, whoever does win it. And of course, because it's a national event, it does count towards the New Zealand Gold Star. There's Irene Bellis here on the forehand, just finding fresh air as she passes through that gap, but she stayed on the rink. And Jane Reid's turn now. She's willing this one to hold or swing. 1, 2, 3, on to the jack. That was a bowl in the right area, wasn't it? It was a good shot.
As that, but you've got to give yourself a chance. Set the bowl, throw the jack.
I guess, Alex, that's just about being in the right area with your bowl, isn't it? You know, good things happen when you're putting a bowl in the right area.
Yeah, that was a good bowl. It wasn't a lucky bowl. It was a good shot. It was, you know, literally where it was meant to be with nice weight. As Irene Bellis here. Now that's perfect weight. The good thing about that bowl is that although she missed her target, or her first target, she's finished in a really good spot because she had the right weight. So now, if that shot is executed correctly, instead of being worth 1, it's worth 2. So a good shot regardless there from Irene Bellis, and I think showing her experience with the weight control.
So does Jane try to duplicate, or is she trying to play straight to the jack now?
I think straight to the jack for Jane, and if she falls short, it's good because it blocks it up a bit like she's just done.
Yeah, you really want to be on this channel here, Irene, working off ours, but there is a track through to it. That pace is pretty good on the last.
Yeah, what Peter said. You want to try and make people's shot selection more challenging, I suppose, when you're holding. Well, you can either make it more challenging or cover, but more challenging on that occasion. Rain with the right weight again.
Just a fraction quick to get the turn.
Back bowls, it'll be interesting to see what Peter Bellis opts to play.
I guess the beauty about this one is that when the skip in this case, shall we say Peter Bellis, has just said play 2 into this area, well, if she misses, if Reen's missed, then Peter's got to step up there and do it himself. So
yeah.
So you can't
That's
keep-
always the thing. Jane. Ooh, move the jack a little bit. That's changed the way the head's sitting. And maybe
Yeah,
holding
it might still
3.
be- Oh, there we go. We didn't have to try and look at the screen, did we?
You know, please for Peter to tell us. So 3 there to Reed and Robinson, trailing 1-3 at the moment. That was a good end from Jane. And she snicked the jack around the corner, so it makes the shot that Peter was trying to get Reen to play to trail the jack back. That's not really on anymore. They do still have back bowls, so I'm not sure. Last time I called Peter to draw, he drove, and if I call him to drive, maybe he'll draw. So we'll just wait and see.
Now, Alex, you'll have to explain this to me, what he's trying to do here.
Just on the backhand, trying to get his bowl to swoop into that blue bowl of Jane Reed's that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack. And he's got the right weight, the right green, sorry. So you can see it's finished in line with the jack, the white ball. So he'll just think to himself, he'll probably ask Green how heavy he was and try and make a correction off that. So that means Peter must think there's no run shot on.
Meanwhile, Reed and Robinson are still holding the 3. Looking to pick up another number here.
Yeah, and it's really important to try and add the pressure, which Dave's done pretty well. I think maybe similar to Peter, though, just out of the count. So Peter's got the right green last time. It's just about making a correction on the weight. How's the weight?
I think I'd sent it.
He's frustrated with that one. He knew he had the green perfect. Just overcorrected a little bit, and he'll be disappointed with himself.
Still a smile on the face, though, wasn't there, Alex?
Yeah. I mean, he's got hands on hips, and I think that's probably the most body language you're ever going to get out of Peter Bellis. It's sort of, he's a master of it, really.
Is that when the smile goes to a grimace? When the hands go on the hips?
Arguably, Dave Robinson would have loved to add a bonus there, but I don't think he has. So we'll just wait and see how many bowls Reen takes out. 1, 2, 2.5. What are your thoughts on the finger measure system, Mark? Do you have an opinion?
I can't do it, so that's part of my opinion. Like I'm still a junior bowler, but I don't get it. I would be the first person just to grab and measure out of the pocket and pop down there and measure it, or instruct someone else in my team to measure it. But I appreciate it's a skill that certainly players that have been around for a long time have, and is very accurate. But for us mere junior bowlers or new bowlers to the game, it's a difficult little skill set to pick up.
Yeah, and an interesting note, there's a podcast coming out shortly actually after the Nationals that I did with Michael Johnston, who's the head of the Bowls New Zealand Umpires Committee. I asked him a few curly questions, and we were talking about how electronic devices they're allowed on the green from the 1st of April or whatever. And I asked him about what's the difference between using your fingers to measure and, say, having an app on your phone. I know in France, Pétanque's very popular, so you can get a lot of it. Like there's French apps that measure how far away the jack is from a bowl. So I said, well, could I use that during an end? And Michael said, well, there's no rule against it. So that was a very interesting conversation, and I'd encourage when the podcast does come out, it's an interesting. We spoke for about 50 minutes on different bits and pieces with the laws, but that was it stuck out to me as an interesting point, and it'll be interesting to see as technology gets better and people start using their phones and stuff.
A little quicker, Reen,
define for me a measuring device.
Yeah, I must admit I tried that. I thought I'd be a very clever person to bowls, and I'd tried out the app and was down there on the green with my mates and take a photo. Get the photo to do the measure in terms of the distance, etc. And unfortunately, by the time I'd taken the photo and pushed go on the measurement, someone could have been down there and measured it 3 times over.
Yeah.
So we
and
abandoned
that's the
that.
point, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes technology is great, but but at other stages you just got to go. Actually, you know, the tried and true measure is the right one.
No, there's a reason it's been pretty much untouched for 100 years, and it's because you can make it work pretty quick. Noreen Ballas with her first bowl. First loose one we've really seen from her, Mark. She overplayed it into the ditch and corrected back here, so drawing second shot, but probably the worst start we've seen from Reen, I think.
I think this side's a bit quicker.
Well, Jane Reid is playing some exceptional bowls, though, isn't she? Against her, I mean, that first bowl of her is exactly what you'd want as a skip. You know, bowl just behind the jack. You know, within cooey of the jack. So she's playing some exceptional bowls, and no doubt Reen will come back. I think it was only an end or two ago, going the same way that she delivered two straight on the jack.
I say it's her worst end. It's end 5. And more of her bowls have been close to the knot, so perhaps a bit harsh for me as we see Dave on his backhand. Of course, the Alexandra Bowling Club, one of 13 clubs being used over the mixed pairs and Summerset 4s for the 8 days, Mark.
Yeah, you know, this is just it's a pleasure to be in this part of the country. Central Otago, well known for vineyards and restaurants and cherries and fruit, etc. And big, but especially, you know, great scenery. So pleasure to have this event down here. You know, we ask bowlers to travel the better part of, you know, some of them are travelling an hour and a half to get to a bowling club, and no grumbles. You know, when you're travelling an hour and a half and there are no traffic lights, and you're able to go at a decent clip through those areas, and you get to see some scenery and, you know, and see parts of the country you haven't been to, you know, you don't mind that sort of trip.
How far away is that?
I think when you're doing an hour and a half and you're visiting 20 sets of traffic lights on the way, or 30 or 40, and you're dropping, you know, different distances, it's a little bit different. So just a pleasure to be in this part of the country.
Absolutely. Just beautiful scenery, lovely bowling clubs, good hospitality. And Peter Ballas now. Look at this. This is just class here from Peter. If he just gets down a little bit. Oh, I missed it by maybe 2 inches. Trying to draw the shot.
Based on that picture, you'd think that Reid and Robinson are still holding a 2 still?
Yeah, I'd say they're holding 2, and Robinson, his previous bowl was very close, so it's just a rinse and repeat situation. You like to think when you're playing, if you get one bowl close, that you can remember how to do it again. And on his backhand, he's given it a go. Jane just watching it intently. Here we go. Good camera work, guys. Willing it past, but not to be. So I think they're still holding just the 2. And Peter, same story. He was within inches with his third bowl. Second bowl, sorry.
I guess, Alex, what he's got there is 2 bowls behind the jack, so if he was to trail,
absolutely,
there's a bit of a number there.
Just give himself every chance in the world. And he did. That's, he was in the area. It's hard to tell if it's better or not. We'll have to wait and see until we get another camera angle. Sometimes if you punch the opposition bowl up, you can give yourself a shelf, but I'm not sure if he has there. Dave switching hands. I think Dave's forgotten Peter's got a bowl to come, so he needs to either beat his bowl back or turn around now.
There's the wave
behind you, Dave.
Yeah.
Where's that bowl?
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
Still in front.
Dave Robinson from the Bailey's Real Estate in Invercargill. Need to buy or sell a house? That's the man. Very polite, very much a gentleman.
And Peter just came to have a look himself there to see where the shot bowl was in relation to the jack, and that'll inform the weight that he plays with this one. I think he can just play a very similar bowl to his first 3. He's been right in the area. This club bucket hat on. And another one in the area, Mark. This isn't far away. It's not going to turn back in, so he added that little bit of weight. It was the green he wanted.
I think he's saying, Reen, it's your moment to shine on this end.
Yeah.
But they're in a good
look at the
position there.
smiles.
They're in a good position there, aren't they, Alex? I mean, they've got a couple
It's
behind.
just a basic draw, just a touch over the draw.
Yeah, there are shots to play. You know, it's sort of, this is a good camera angle here. This is what you see from the bowler's point of view. So, I mean, we're not talking an easy shot, but they do have bowls past their head. So for Irene, it's just about clearing the front ones with maybe 3 feet of weight, 4 feet of weight, resting the bowl, popping the jack back, and you'll be home and hosed.
What's Jane looking to do here, Alex?
I think she will play the forehand herself, which is to the left as we see it. Sort of play the Ballas's shot for them. There's a few do it, they can't. So on the forehand, if she snicks the jack around the corner, she's better to do it. She's narrow there, she'll be disappointed. She's disappointed with that. Even if she had drawn back to that bowl at 6 o'clock of Peter Ballas's, that would be a really good shot for Jane, as it just sort of cuts down the percentages. Ireen's turn. Oh, willing that to
Just a
turn.
little quick to get the turn that you need.
Yeah, Peter, good. So that's our code for play it with less weight next time.
That would have been a great moment to link in with Peter, wouldn't it, in terms of the shot that needs to be
Yeah,
played.
we'll remember next time. It's just about a swing and draw. Essentially, Ireen's drawing to that bowl at 6 o'clock of Peter Ballas is the one at the very bottom of your screen. And on her way to that bowl, she should, in theory, rest a bowl or get the jack. And Jane doing that as well. This is a very good bowl from Jane Reid. That's brilliant.
Yeah, just arriving, Rin, touch the jack, make 2.
So Ireen's shot's still on, but it's no longer worth 3. It's worth a 1 or a 2. I don't want to call it, Mark. I can't tell.
That's a good effort.
That was such good weight.
2.
I think it was a good effort, is what I heard out there.
Yeah.
Which means it didn't quite make the mark, but let's keep positive and let's work now towards the next end.
Yeah, fair call. I think her weight was perfect, and it just, we all were holding our breath there, wondering if and when it was going to turn, and it did eventually, and a bit early if you are a Ballas supporter. So we see Reid and Robinson now 6-3 up after 5 ends.
Still very early in this game, isn't it? I mean, 14 ends, a long way to go in the game. And as we know in this, when you've got 8 bowls out there, it is always possible to pick up some bigger numbers
Absolutely.
than you might see in a game of singles, for example.
Yeah, and particularly the mixed pairs format, because each player's getting the 4 bowls each. You tend to get the big shots played maybe more often than you would in a game of 4s, because in theory it's easier, isn't it? You're playing twice as many bowls in a game. You should be more keyed in than you might otherwise be in a game of 4s. So we usually see tighter heads in these mixed pairs games, and Dave Robinson there. It's another good one.
It's useful, isn't it, Alex, to be over the head with your first couple of bowls.
Yeah, it is. It's a good way to work back from, because if you aim past the jack and you fall short, you've drawn a front toucher, which is fine. Whereas if you're aiming for the jack and you fall short, you've just got muck in the front. And Peter Ballas here, I think probably wrote that in one of his books, Mark, if I could recommend anyone who can find, I'm not sure if it's still in print actually, but Better Bowls with Peter Ballas and Mark DeLacy. There's often a couple of copies around at your local bowling club. I think the best bowls book I've ever come across, and I've read most of them. Haven't learnt anything, but I've read most of them.
Dave's a little bit disappointed with that one. You can see in the body language when he was coming up from the mat, he probably realised he was leaving it a bit short and narrow.
Beautiful delivery there from Peter that time. Out as smooth as silk. Willing it on. There or thereabouts, isn't it? He's tight, but holding a couple.
Good effort down there, you went far away.
It's always nice when you see a bit of positive affirmations between the players, and just to keep the spirits up. Not that Reid and Robinson need at the moment. They're playing some very good bowls.
Makes a difference to the thicker stuff here.
It is about staying in that positive headspace, though, I think, for a team. You know, occasionally you find people who play well when they're grumpy. You talk about like the red zone and the blue zone. So the red zone, you're sort of in full panic, and the blue zone, you're calm. So occasionally you find an exception to the rule, but in general, you're going to get better bowls if you're relaxed about it. And Jane, look at this. Oh, she's playing well this game.
Yeah, with the intercentre, what are we, 3 weeks away, 2-3 weeks away from the intercentre in Christchurch this year. So, you know, Jane will be there hopefully with the Southland side and skipping that 4 as, and if she's playing what she is at the moment, then watch out the rest of the centres, because Southland certainly has been one of the better centres over the last for a few years now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of clubs and they've got strong sort of competitions in the Southland area, and some of the players we don't see them on the national stage a huge amount, but they know what they're doing. I mean, that's a bit of commentator's curse there on Jane Reid. I think she let that one go, but funny. But they know what they're doing, and we've seen them come sort of bubbling to the fore in this championships. We saw Steve Sanders and his team make the semi-finals, and I know a few of
another couple of feet.
The ladies in the losing women's fours final play their bowls in Southland, and obviously a couple from the Central Otago, but doing well at this Nationals. Rain Ballas. Lovely.
I think now might be the opportunity to connect him with Peter, and we just have a little bit of a chat about what he's looking for. And
sounds like a plan, Mark. I look forward to it.
Peter, we've got you back on connection. Hopefully you can hear me all right. But Green's playing well, but so is Jane and Dave as well out there too.
Yes, they're playing some great bowls. So, we've got our work cut out for us here. There's another good one coming in.
Hey, just a wee bit of an edge should be good. Oh, Janie, what a great effort. Yeah, you've drawn it. Perhaps.
I think we may still hold it, Reen. This is their closest, so same type ball as your last. Get to there, slip past yours.
Peter, is it holding out that sort of the ditch side there, or is it still playing pretty good?
I think it's a little freer down the ditch side. Obviously, with the fours going the other way, there's a lot of walking around that area, and you can see some lighter and darker patches there as well. But it's playing pretty nicely, and it's just and certainly in the direction we're playing now, there's a little bit of breeze coming around the end of the clubhouse, but it doesn't appear to be affecting them too much.
So Peter, is your
Yeah, Reen, don't be frightened here.
Peter, I guess you've now got to step up next and deliver the same sort of bowls potentially that you're asking Breen to deliver. So that's
it is, yeah. This is just a draw here. It's actually close for shot. We may, and I get on this side of it, we may actually be down, but it's not a lot in it. There's another good bowl, it's just not quite. Close for shot. This side I favour ours, but when I got round the other side there, I was favouring theirs. So. Yeah.
Peter, if I may, I might just leave the mic on with you while you're playing your couple of shots, and maybe you could just talk us a little bit about what you're looking to do, especially while Dave's down the other end of the rink as well.
Right. Well, we've both got the same type of shot here. They're just trying to draw. They've probably got a little bit of position on us. If they move the jack a bit, they've got one just in behind, or two just in behind. So they've got a little bit more going for them on this end than what we have.
So you'll be looking for the same sort of shot that obviously...
yes, he's in a good part of the green here. He must be close to this jack. Only close.
Are you
So
calling
we're
it?
basically just trying to draw the shot here. It's in the good part of the green, just depends on the pace now. Looks as if it's just going to be under.
Just a minor correction there.
Yes, well, it's pretty free down this side of the rink, and you don't need to give it too much more.
Stuck out there, sorry, Jane. Stuck out there.
Reen, do you want to just give it, see what you think? Okay. So we got one. I'm being a little careful here, just so I don't want to touch the jack at all. Well, I've got out a fraction wide and underweighted, but context of the game, we're happy to get one out of this. I'm sure they're going to measure it.
Your eyes are normally pretty good with these, Peter, aren't you? You would have picked the one already, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. They're not as good as what they used to be.
Do you enjoy, Peter? Do you enjoy?
Good.
Do you enjoy this format of the game?
Sorry,
One for you, Peter. One for you, Peter.
Yep.
One.
Sorry, Mark. I was just didn't
No,
get
that's
to
all
there.
right. I was going to help you out anyway. One down, one up. Sorry, wasn't it, Peter?
One up. Yes.
One up, Peter. Peter,
You want to bring it up a bit? You want? Okay, I'm with you.
I was just going to ask you: do you enjoy this format of the game? Do you enjoy the 2-4-2 and playing mixed bowls?
Yes to both of those. Have to say that I wasn't always a fan of mixed bowls, but have to say that the standard of the women's game has improved immensely, and now they're as good as the men, and sometimes better than the men. And so I think that these days with all clubs now have basically combined men and women, and the numbers being lower, that there's more and more mixed bowls played, and you know, most of the time it's good.
And what do you notice
today against one of our opponents, saying that we were very good for a married couple? So often this married couple sometimes to have a little dig at each other, but hopefully Reen and I are okay in that department.
It just looks like you're smiling away. You're just enjoying life and enjoying being out on the bowls green together as well.
Well,
Peter,
what could be better, Mark? Being in a lovely part of the country, a lovely bowling green, playing bowls with my wife, and good company against us, so life's pretty good.
Brilliant. And a nice glass of wine down in the central Otago area just to cap off the evening.
Likes her wine. as does you, Mark. You enjoy your reds.
Oh, one glass.
Great bowl here, Reen.
Maybe two. There you go, Peter. I'll leave you with that bowl and that thought, and you can go give the thumbs up to the wife. No, exceptional. Thank you, Peter, for your time.
Brilliant. Isn't
go,
it great
Alex?
to get these insights? And I'd just like to, well, obviously Peter can't hear me, but how good that we've asked someone during a competitive game if they would mind being mic'd up, and Peter said yes, and he's just provided these wonderful insights for us at this broadcast, so thank you to Peter Ballas for that.
Into bowls and into marriage and into wine. Insights into all three of those.
Sounds like the title of his next book, Mark.
Bowls, marriage and a glass of wine.
Yeah, sounds good. I think I did a quick Google while you were talking to Peter. His book can still be purchased. So if you want to find the perfect bowls or better bowls with Peter Ballas and do a quick Google, you can find it online, and well worth a read.
Well, I think the bowls, based on what we've seen today, it should be better bowls with Reen and
might be nuisance value.
Jane.
better bowls with Reen and Peter Bellis. Or perhaps even throw Jane into that book as well, actually, for a chapter. And Dave, based on how they're playing here.
So better bowls with all four. There's
Yeah.
Dave now with that very deliberate action on his backhand side. He's what you would call a blind bowler, Mark, in that he looks down when he lets his bowl go, which is rare in outdoor. Generally, bowlers tend to either look at a mark or at the bank when they release their bowl, but a few of them sort of look down as they let it go, as you would in golf.
Yeah, I must admit I do understand that. I'm a blind bowler as well, in more ways than one, but I certainly I'm not looking up at the jack. I'm looking at 3 or 4 metres in front of me and just keeping my head down on that.
Oh dear. Lucky.
Peter with good green, but overplayed it. It's interesting. As you know, Mark, I come from an indoor background. I don't mention it very often, but in indoor bowls, we're all taught to look down when we play the bowl. When you let it go, you look down at the square, and it's rare to see indoor bowlers look up. And most indoor bowlers that come across to outdoor start off at least looking down before we realise that it doesn't work quite so well sometimes.
And what is the difference, Alex? I'm at a loss sometimes, because when I start looking up things in front of me, 30 metres down the lane, I'm often distracted, or it's not quite the same attention.
Yeah, very good question, as we see Peter Bellis make a beautiful correction there. For everyone it is different. Like, I know for me, I look about halfway up the green, so I try and find a breaking point where I think my bowl's going to turn, and that's what I look at when I play an outdoor bowl. And everything's sort of related to the breaking point, isn't it? So you can either look at the breaking point, you can look past the breaking point so that you're essentially aiming at it, or you can do what you do, Mark, which is you look down maybe a metre or two in front of you. So you're still finding a breaking point eventually. I'm not sure what the answer is as to what's better. I've just found it. I hit my line a bit more often if I look up in outdoor than if I look down.
I think part of the answer, Alex, is you look at the better players and what they do, and not many of them are playing it blind.
Yeah, beautiful bowls here by Peter Bellis. Look at that.
I think it was all set up by Reen's first bowl right on the jack, and some work to do here for David Reid and Jane Reid and Dave Robinson.
Well, it changes the pressure, doesn't it? Because Peter had the shot, so was just able. He had maybe a metre. There's maybe a metre of room there to draw. He was over or under and over with his first two, and then bang bang, which shows you how valuable the 4 middle bowls are in mixed pairs.
You don't want to get onto it there and kick it back, so you just got to drop over the top.
Thank you, Peter. So he's just saying that it's the safer hand to play, is drawing bonuses on the back end. If you play the forehand which is to the right, as we see this wonderful image here, if Reen was to play to the right, the forehand side, and was a bit tight, you could pop the jack back, and that's probably not the plan.
Yeah, you can cover and score.
I haven't done my maths here, Alex, but I think Bellis's might be 5, holding 4 or 5 on this end.
At least, yeah. Although you would expect Jane to cut them down to maybe the 3 close bowls, and then they've got the few extra ones. So we've heard Peter say a couple of times in this game, cover and score. So we can see the jack is sitting at 5 o'clock to the bowl, which means that's the direction the jack is going. How good from Reen Bellis, just clearing the front.
They're pretty good, just scoring and covering.
Yeah, what Peter said. So if the jack gets hit, it's now going back to Reen's bowl, which was the plan.
Jane staying on that forehand on this side.
Yeah, she's played so well this game. Looking to pop the jack back. Close. Oh, she rocked the bowl, Mark. It's not far away.
That was a great effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, just here. Got a lot.
Is that a technical term? You're holding a lot.
Just mind your feet. Thank you. We shift this one if need be. Oh,
whoa. Oh no, Peter.
And what happens there, Alex? I think there's a ruling around that, isn't it?
Well, there's two options. So the the bowl can get thrown back to Ring because it was interrupted on its course. But Peter's been a good sport there and just opted to say it was missing anyway. As we see Jane Reid here. Oh, goodness gracious, that wasn't far away.
Okay.
Good luck working this one out, guys.
Might be a very big count, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4.
This is where your school C maths comes in handy, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can count to 3.
5, 6, yeah, 7.
7. Gee, Jane Reid
Thanks,
trying to save the 7. Literally rocked a bowl that was an inch away from the jack without moving the jack, and was then, what, half a bowl narrow with the second one? That must be disappointing for the Reid-Robinson combination. It's not like she played 2 bad bowls there.
Yeah, I guess, you know, you can have those one ends, can't you? Where it just doesn't go to plan. You know, you can play solid bowls for, what, 13 out of 14 ends, and one end can just, you know, can be a big number. Still,
I think
what are we, 5 the difference, if my maths are correct. So, you know,
11-6.
Yeah, there's no, you know, there's no real alarm bells ringing for the team. There's still another 6 ends to play.
Well, there's no reason on the scoreboard why Reid and Robinson would be panicking. But psychologically, if you've just dropped a 7 against the best bowler New Zealand's ever produced and his wife, who's very good, that can't be. And then Peter Ballas has just gone and drawn a front toucher because that's how good Peter Ballas is. You feel like Reid and Robinson really need to score on this end and just stop any momentum that the Ballases have got.
Yeah, or just even if they do drop a 1 though, I mean, they're still. That's just, you know, getting them back into that, into the game, into the right mindset.
Yeah. And Robinson looking to swoop onto the jack, just missing that wide, but it stayed on the green, which is good.
I can't imagine they'll be unhappy with that that shot. I mean, it obviously didn't collect, but you know, there was a plan there to move that bowl off the jack.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what bowls is, I think. Is if you miss your initial shot selection, which there was to say replace the bowl or move the jack back, you're still improving the head. You should try and make it better every time regardless, and that's a lot about having your weight control right. So Dave, that first bowl there, he's improved the head now because there's a bowl for the jack to be trailed back to. As this bowl here is also going to finish hopefully in an okay position if it keeps running. Yeah, 2 good bowls there from Dave Robinson. Well played.
It was quite a wide arc on that draw there, on that side too, wasn't it?
Hit that one.
Yeah.
I don't think it was going to make it in.
Just listen to Peter there. Yeah, he took a lot of green, and I think we'll see this green slowly speed up for the rest of the week as well, Mark, as it's got more play on it. And we know it's been dry in central Otago too, so we're not expecting the greens to get slower as people play on them. And as greens do speed up, they do take more green, so you need to throw your ball out wider. Rain Ballas here on the forehand. White stickered bowls.
Alex, I noticed that for these TV games, certainly when we've got similar coloured bowls, that we are putting the stickers on. Do they have any impact on the, I guess, the delivery of the bowl?
No.
No.
No, I think
that was a paused no, by the way. It was almost a no, but.
Well, I've heard different opinions on whether stickers make a difference. As we see Jane here. Oh, that was not far away.
You want a good meter, Rain, you know, just either side of your bowl, get in here, sit in that.
And I would accept an argument that it makes a difference, but I wouldn't accept that the difference is noticeable to human beings. Like, I think if you put it on a perfect test bowl surface with stickers and without stickers, you might see like a 1/16 of an inch difference in track or something, because it'll change the weight very slightly. But for all intents and purposes, no, it makes no difference. In my opinion, which could be wrong. What's happening? Oh, there's a wrong bias, Mark.
Is that the man that did? No, it's not the man that did the wrong bias. It's no Rewa Bowling Club wrong bias, though. We'll record that and put it in a replay, shall we?
It should be. They can contribute to the little wrong bias. Most clubs have that little wrong bias box. You put a gold coin in if you play one. Now, Jane, third time lucky. She's not been far away. That's a very good shot.
Oh, that's good. And I
We're
guess...
going to play here. Don't worry about that. Just here. Back here is good.
I guess, Alex, that was my point about, you may not win this end, but if it's just a one and you're getting your confidence and you're getting your bowls back, then, that can make a difference too.
Yeah, it's sort of about making sure... Yeah, you're right. It's about... you've dropped a 7 to very good bowlers, and people know, you know the names. It's just about getting your, sort of, not your mojo back, but just staying calm and not making it like a capitulation. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, I wonder whether that would happen. I mean, that's the shot, isn't it, down the back there, if the jack moves.
Particularly because the jack's touching the bowl. It's only ever going in one space, which is literally to where Dave is standing there, say 8 o'clock on your screen. Jane not far away from making it happen. She's very close here. If it holds just for another second.
Didn't hold. It does bring another bowl into play out to that side, doesn't it?
These two.
Yeah, very much so, and that's why Peter there. So this is the defensive play. There's nothing proactive that can be done. Ballast team can't play anything close to the head to improve it, so it's about putting a bowl where the jack will spring or may spring. And Reen's done that pretty well.
That's a great shot, Reen.
Beautiful bowl. That's, I think, legitimately exactly where the jack is popping to, by the looks there. But you still have to try play that shot, I think, Mark, with weight.
So that's the same shot as she was looking for in that last end and almost got it, didn't she?
Yeah, she was only a couple of bowls narrow. So Jane here with another attempt. Just underneath the line that time. You still feel like that's the shot that's on for the combination of Reed and Robinson, though, don't you, Mark? Just down on the backhand, there's that bowl that's touching. If you kill it, you kill it, in my opinion.
Just while we're watching them walk down the other end, their Rewa bowl, the wrong bias bowl, it came all the way over from rink 2 or 3 rinks over. So from there, so we might get them back on picture a little bit later on. But we have found the perpetrator right down there on rink 6, I think, or rink 3 it will be.
Quite a dramatic wrong bias then. As we see Peter Ballas just looking to put another bowl where the jack is going to spring to if that bowl has touched the shot bowl of Peter's. Dave asking for permission for something.
He's got the old hand on the knee bowl, doesn't he? Just to keep himself steady.
He's not far away either, Mark. Looking just to pop the jack. Where's the jack going to spring? That's the question. He's got it. And it sprung to... Where did it spring? Over there. So we see that white stickered bowl of Team Ballas and the blue bowl of Jane. Reen indicating it's a measure. That's a great shot from Dave Robinson.
Very good shot from Dave Robinson. He'd be pretty happy with that. He's taken them out of a pretty tough position to possibly holding one.
And a beautiful weight control too. It would have been very easy to overplay that and kill the end instead of trying to score on it. But he kept his weight under control. And a lovely bowl. As we see Peter make the long walk back down. That's the view from the players' end there.
Almost tempted to push the mic. Oh, there we go. We've got our answer. I was want to ask that question. He says very close, which means it's very close.
I was going to say don't do it, Mark. So Peter, he's got options though. He'll be on his forehand. He won't lose his bowl, but it'll be reaching. So he's looking to rest onto the blue or onto the bowl of Reens at 12 o'clock. And Peter very close if he holds his line. Lovely shot. That was
Oh.
played for. Beautiful bowl. Unlucky really not to get a better result than that, but they'll take the one.
One to come, I think, on this end.
They'll take the one if they hold on to it then.
Thank you, Alex. What's
No,
Dave
thank
looking
you.
to do here? Just play through and push the jack back, and I presume he'll...
Yeah, I think he'll almost be on the draw on the back end, like Jane just indicated, only because they don't have that many seconds and thirds around the place, so it's sort of a metre over. Very similar bowl to what Peter just played, just on the other hand. And he's not looking that happy with that bowl, to be honest, Mark.
It was a great bowl of Peter Bellis's in that he was able to, you know, the jack's obviously been down the centre line for some time, and Jack gets pushed to the right, and he's having to play a totally different sort of draw or different line, and he picked it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He played it really well. And sort of, here we go. Here's a replay on the back end. Now watch the jack. It just
he
gets
played a
popped
good
out.
first one, gave you a chance.
Beautiful shot. Little snick. It actually got a little snick off that front bowl of Reens before it went back. So we can presume that Jane Reed was holding one, and then Peter Bellis on his forehand sits Reens' bowl onto Jane's bowl for one shot. Lovely stuff. Two very well executed bowls by the two skips, or the players who are playing the skip bowls there, I think, Mark.
Yeah, Dave should be pretty happy with that certainly that second to last bowl.
Slip underneath it.
It must be interesting, and Peter alluded to it a little bit when you spoke to him earlier, Mark, but Peter's first nationals was in the early 70s, and you could do the maths on how long ago that was, but it's more than a few decades. If you'd suggested the concept of a 2-4-2 mixed pairs to the administration at the time, I'm not sure you would have got a positive response. It must be interesting for Peter and bowlers like him to have sort of lived through the change that the sport's gone over.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on your statement there. I think you would have had to present the 2-4-2 to two different administrations, because there would have been a Women's Bowls Association and a Men's Bowls Association. It wasn't until maybe the mid-90s that both those associations merged together, and we have the what is Bowls New Zealand today, and the bowls community as it is, which is I guess fully inclusive. Is that that's a modern term to use nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, that
In
works.
terms of gender. Look, I think this type of event is great. If we get a moment, we might actually talk to Peter a little bit about, because I'm interested to see when, for the women's game anyway, it changed the most. My understanding is that if you reflect back in the 80s and 90s, then the women's games was very much a draw, and if all else fails, draw game. Whereas now, you're seeing the run shots, the drives coming through, and really there's no difference between the men's game and the women's game at all.
Absolutely, which is why I do enjoy this mixed pairs format, because it's just an opportunity for all the best players to play with and against each other. And I think with the 8 bowl, the 2-4-2, it's an opportunity also for them all to play all the shots, which is cool and makes it exciting as a spectator too to watch.
Yeah, I remember when we set up this I guess this format or these conditions of play for this event. There was a temptation to not make it 2-4-2, so you'd just, a bit like normal pairs, you'd have your lead and your skip. But there was a danger there too that that the, shall we say, the male ego says that I have to skip every game, and we didn't really want that to happen. It's about showing that there is a doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what gender you are, you can play this game on a level playing field. That's
the thing, and with the 2-4-2 mixed pairs, because of the format, both players play essentially all roles in a team as well, so everyone gets a turn at skipping, leading, playing the 2 position and the 3 position.
Oh, and I think for junior bowlers or bowlers coming new to the game, that's really important.
Absolutely.
Historically, your junior bowler's been thrown into the lead role and says, "You just lead, son. I'll take over. I'll play the big shots." Whereas now in this 2-4-2, even as a junior bowler, you get to at least to have a try at the big shots.
Yeah, it's a great
getting
great
closer.
format for learning how to play bowls. Peter's saying I'm getting closer there, so you can see Reem, the white stickered bowl, holding one. Jane, second shot, and Peter third. So a 12-6 lead after 8 ends. It's not comfortable for Bellis and Bellis, but they'll be happy with how the game is progressing. I think that 7 they got for sure, very helpful to the situation.
I know in the last game they had a 12-11 thriller, so down to the last end, the last bowl, and they managed to get over top of the pairing there. So whilst this may be comfortable, I suspect with 5 ends to go, though, we've still got a bit of bowls left in this match.
Yeah, it's comfortable in the inverted commas sort of situation because anything can happen. Peter just agonisingly short there. Lovely green all 3 times. You can see the 3 bowls of Peter. Beautiful line, but just falling that little bit short. And Dave now on his backhand still. Got to be careful here. Just sort of losing a few bowls from right near the head, and once you start just having a second or a third shot and you're playing a combination like Bellis and Bellis, the bowl that you've got holding them out of a number doesn't usually stay there that long.
I guess though you are only 1 bowl away from disappointment to glory, so so here's an opportunity for Dave Reed to nail a bowl, get it in near the jack, and allow Jane to come up and attack the head a little bit more and pick up a 2 or 3 potentially.
Yeah, it's interesting. What's Jane calling? She's almost calling aggression here now, and they have got those 2 bowls at the back, so maybe she's thinking, well, we've got 3 bowls left, we may as well have a nibble at it with this one. So he's on the forehand side. If he gets down enough onto that blue bowl at 12 o'clock, he's close. He's not far away. Oh, just an 1/8 of a bowl wide.
I guess the psychology a little bit there is that his draw hasn't quite been working from the last couple of ends, so that run shot just gives him a little bit more confidence.
We don't want to turn that. We just get another handy one here in case they chip that out.
There is a few different theories on mixed pairs strategy, because you have the 4 bowls in the middle that are played consecutively, as we see. Almost no wind at all at this Alexandra Bowling Club, with the Bowls New Zealand and Alexandra flags a bit wilted on the flagpole. But there's a couple of different theories on playing mixed pairs, because you get 4 bowls in the middle. So some teams like to be quite aggressive with their player in the lead and skip position. So if, say, I was leading against someone and at lead the opposition drew one close, it almost makes sense for me to try and run that shot off, or put the jack in the ditch, because you get 4 bowls in a row from your partner to salvage, which is different to what you would do in a 4s game.
Yeah, certainly with the should we say the 8 bowls per side, you can afford to put a couple of attacking bowls into the head, knowing that you've got a few extras to draw in.
And I think with it being now, so we see Jane here looking to cannon her own bowl into the shot. That was a great effort. She was right in the area there.
Believe that if they chip their bowl out, they're 4 down. So we just get another one here, so
that's gamesmanship from Peter. I like that. He's just put the idea of chipping a bowl out to drop a 4 into the head. But I think with the mixed pairs now being a national title, and what did you say? We've got 230 entries. It's a big title to win. I'll be interested to see how mixed pairs game theory develops, because we've got some clever cookies at bowls, and I think we'll see some new strategies come through with this 2-4-2 format.
Yeah, not too heavy. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of ours, all right.
Yeah. Jane on the forehand. If she chips it out, she drops a 4, says Peter Bellis. She's in the area again. How's her weight? Oh, I think she was talked out of that one, Mark.
1.
Yeah. The body language off the mat wasn't quite there for on that one. You can generally tell sometimes as after the bowl's been played,
Oh,
How
I'm
the
someone. If you've ever seen me play bowls, you just need a glance, and you know whether it's gone well or not.
Must admit, Alex, the first time I ever saw you play bowls was over in the Milford 5000, and I turned up,
Oh, that's right.
and I watched you throw your hat over the fence, over the hedge.
I never got it back, eh? Thanks for that happy memory, Mark.
Maybe it's still sitting there in the hedge, just waiting for you to collect. I
Maybe.
think that was about 3 years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, fell short on my backhand. I was trying to draw the shot, and it was about the 500th time I'd fallen short on that day. So I decided that the hat was the problem. That's why I'm better sitting behind a microphone.
Not the weight.
Alex, what's the strategy here? Obviously, I presume Peter's purposely, delivered the jack short. Is there a rationale for that when you're at this stage of the game?
Well, they changed it to a shorter length, so that they were about 6-3 down, and they scored. And he asked Reen to throw a short jack. The positives that you have with a short jack is that it's more likely to kill with weight because the jack's got a longer distance to travel before it goes into the ditch. So just physics, it's more likely to kill with weight.
How far out is mine?
But often it's just about what's comfortable, and I think the Ballisters sort of decided to stay away from that 2 metre to 2 metre length, and that's where they got in a little bit of trouble earlier on in the game.
Is it fair to say that you would, if you wanted to pick up big numbers, you'd go, full length, you'd go, T to T, whereas when the jack's short, that the numbers aren't as big to collect?
Sort of.
Okay.
No, you're not wrong. I think the big numbers, usually you see the jack maybe a metre up from the 2 metre mark. So you've got a little bit of space to play with. You can build a big number there. Yeah, I think you're probably right. People are more effective on that shorter length. So you expect it to be easier to hit, easier to move stuff. So yeah, you might be onto something here. They might have decided a shorter end or stay on the shorter ends to make sure that big numbers are unlikely to happen against them.
I was just thinking conversely, if Reid and Robinson had won that end, I was wondering whether they would have just tried to shorten it as well, just to mix it up, because they've been struggling with that sort of mid to long range length, haven't they?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
The last couple of ends.
So they don't practice at all.
I've got a brilliant idea, Alex Reid. I think we'll connect him with Peter Bellis and ask him why he's...
Not so good days.
Oh, go for it. Just as long as he says whatever I said he thought. We're fine. Go for it, Mark.
Peter, I'm just going to connect back in with you now. Alex and I have been having a conversation as to why the end is short. I'll let you provide your instruction here, and we'll get some feedback in terms of why Reen's throwing the jack short and what the merits are, or what the strategy was.
That's right.
Ooh.
Alex, I think we are talking to ourselves.
Yeah, I think so too. That's okay. Maybe Peter didn't
Yeah,
want to
probably
ask.
makes 3, Reen. Just a good second.
What a great shot that was there from Jane Reid. We might have to ask him at the end of the game.
Oh, I think we'll leave the mic on him for now, and we'll. I think someone might run out there and tap him on the shoulder.
Look at this here from Reen Bellis. So it's interesting, isn't it? Because
Well,
they
just out of it.
They're 13-6 up. And the short end hasn't gone that well for them if it was intentional. I mean, the answer may just be that he dumped it a little bit, Mark.
Yeah, Peter, are you still with us? Or just double check before I close
Yes,
out?
I am.
Oh, thank you, Peter. We were just talking about the short end. Alex and I were debating the merits and what your strategy was with the short end on this end.
It's got to drop a metre. Having problems with the sound, guys.
Oh, I was
Or
just
lack
asking.
of.
I was just asking about the short end and why you've gone short end.
Coming through my pocket.
We'll get there, Mark.
Oh,
This is a lot better, Reen.
we've done so well with the technology so far, haven't we?
Yeah, we just
great
you just
shot.
wanted
One
one too
down.
many
Well played.
things. But Reen Bellis said that's a great shot, and he said that because it's opened the head up. You could now see the jack from the bowler's end, whereas before she'd set that bowl down, you only would have had a bowl-sized target there.
So it's a useful head that's being developed here by Reid and Robinson.
Yeah, same play, Reen. Just another close one.
I guess, Alex, if that ballast bowl was to be popped out, there's potentially a 3 or 4 there, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. They'll be happy with how this head's built for them. The Reed-Robertson combination, knowing they need to score points.
You're in the area
Sort
again.
of on this end. Reen Bellis.
Oh, touch on the bowl, onto the jack. That's a great bowl.
Beautiful. So she created that opportunity for herself and then took it. That's beautiful stuff from Reen.
Yeah, one down to that. We're still here.
It's still not time, Alex, to, I guess, to look for a number. Reed and Robertson, you know, if they're picking up a 1, maybe a 2 on this end, you know, the match is still on.
Yeah, what's your cricket analogy? What is there for? 7 points to go and 4 ends after this. So a required shot rate of what? You know, 1.5?
Yeah, yeah. So it's only a shot or two in the end, and you know, if you get into the 14th end and you're only 1 or 2 down, you know, many times games have been lost in those positions.
Well, that's sort of the goal, you know. If they can get to be, can get to be within 3 by the last end, they'll be happy enough. You know, you're there with half a chance. So just sort of considering the scoreboard.
That's a 7. 1711. Yep, it was 6-3 and then 1711.
Peter's got it under control. He could probably have told you without looking at the scoreboard. One of the most incredible memories for bowls, Peter Bellis.
Yeah, always a pleasure to hear some of the stories and some of the people he's met over the years, some of the characters in the game, internationally and nationally.
Oh, it's just fascinating to talk to. You know, he talks about, he remembers clearly his early nationals and some of the great bowlers then who were in the twilight of their career, who he was able to play against in those times. It's just an encyclopedia of knowledge. It's great.
What's Dave looking for here, Alex? Is he just looking to pop that bowl or move the jack back, maybe?
I think you just sort of look to be in the area if you're Dave. You know, you're sort of, you've got that blue bowl that sits at 6 o'clock to the jack. Here we go. It's Dave Robinson.
What a great effort.
Beautiful effort. He's unlucky that that sat in that place. If he'd sat slightly to our left, you could then pop that bowl off without any jack movement. But I'm not sure if you can the way it's sitting. I think the bowl of Reen Bellis's would hit the jack and it'd pop out to our left. So he may have to try and stick to the draw. And Peter Bellis trying to essentially block that with this bowl. Some great stuff from these two. So Dave's asking what happens if he plays the plant. And I think Jane would have told him that bad things happen, so he will stick to the draw on the forehand.
Alex, I'm feeling quite self-conscious about my blind bowling now.
Oh.
Having watched Dave and... Oh, there you go.
Great shot.
It works.
And it's the way to do it, isn't it?
It works. The blind bowling. There's nothing wrong if you're a bowler out there and you're looking down.
Look down.
There's 2 there, is it? That was a great
It was
bowl,
2,
wasn't it? It was
yeah.
a terrific
Beautiful
bowl.
shot.
What a brilliant bowl. 1 down to 2.
Yeah, just out of nowhere really from Dave Robinson, and that's kept them right in this game.
Oh, that's great.
8-13. Beautiful shot.
When you're a bowler like Dave and I, and you've got no club titles and no centre titles, and you're up against, you know, Reen Bellis, national champion, and Peter Bellis, international champion, and you go and deliver a bowl like that, then you just know that, you know, bowl's a game for everybody.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with Jane and Dave. They've played well this game, and still a real chance of winning it. And keep it in mind, it's probably the first time they've been on a televised broadcast, whereas Peter Bellis was on television 40 years ago winning the World Singles title against Willie Wood. So there's certainly a difference in experience between these two teams as Jane delivers the jack.
That probably would have been the Benson and Hedges World Series or World Championships or something back then, wouldn't it?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, not that we're endorsing cigarettes and smoking, but how times have changed over the years.
Oh, absolutely. It's incredible footage. I watched that. It's on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, actually, the world singles title that Peter Bellis won, and he tells it wonderfully against Willie Wood. And I knew he'd won the title because I'd spoken to Peter and he'd told me the story. And I watched the game and I was still stressed for him. I was still on the edge of my seat watching these bowls, going, well, how's it going to actually happen here?
You can play that side good.
Even though you knew the outcome.
Gotta get it close.
I knew the outcome. I even knew how he'd won it, and I was still stressed out, Mark. That's how good that game of bowls was. On 10-second greens in Scotland, 10,000 people against him in the crowd.
Yeah.
One of the most incredible wins in the history of the New Zealand bowls.
I think they call you, your type of person, a tragic or a bowls tragic in this case.
Yeah, either. Maybe both. Both probably apply to me, Mark.
71.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Jane on the backhand. She's played her first bowl beautifully. I'm not sure. The second one sort of came out of her hand with a bit of a flick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still good, though. Yeah, good leading.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Alex, we've got our technology back up and going again.
Oh, that's exciting.
So if you've got a certain question you want to hear, or if you just want us to talk to Peter about his World Championship from 40 years ago, we can do that for you as well.
Well, a million miles away, right?
Whatever you want, Mark.
Just hang on. That's very good, though.
That's good stuff.
I think those, the two shots, that one shot that obviously converted the one down to two up, it just changes your approach.
That was a great shot,
You
wasn't
know, you're walking down the green past your teammate, and you're feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more upright.
Well, yeah, for sure, confidence-wise. That was such a hard ball to play from Dave Robinson. You know, it's probably as difficult as the bowl gets, and he just nailed it for two. You'd be feeling pretty good about yourself now to only be 5 down with 3 to go, and feeling like you can do anything as well. So we see Dave now, the man who played that bomb, on his backhand. Looks down when he lets it go. And willing this bowl up. Remembering the Ballast team are the ones with the stickers on their bowls, the white stickers. So Reid and Robinson holding 2 here on this end so far.
That's a pretty handy bowl too, isn't it? It'd be nice to be
shot.
behind the jack at the moment, but if you can't be behind the jack, then where Dave Robinson's put that bowl has been pretty useful.
Look at this here from Peter Bellis. Just as easy as you like, just found that gap. But it still looks effortless, doesn't it, when he releases a bowl?
Alex, do you change hands here? I think Dave's just asking the same question. Do you change hands or do you stay where you were?
I think it's wise to change hands, only because if you're narrow on your backhand, the jack's heading into, sort of what we'd call a danger zone. Now, Peter was saying this hand was very free, turns a lot, so just watch what Dave's bowl does at the end of its track. Nice line.
Kind of changes then, it forces Peter now onto that free forehand now, doesn't it?
It does. And it'll be tempting for Peter to look to play to that 6 o'clock bowl of Reid Bellis's. Rest the bowl, move the jack back.
Maybe I have.
That's what he's looking to do. Back to Reid Bellis's bowl. How's that for a bit of commentary, Mark?
I think he went from, nah, it's not going to get there, to, maybe it will. Maybe it did. Oh, it did.
Just take it.
All the emotions in the space of about 4 seconds.
A roller coaster. Jane with her instructions saying, please draw around the head. Very white shoes Jane Reid has on. Just an observation.
No comment, Alex.
Yeah,
Got
fair enough.
anything to add to that?
Oh, the only thing I would say is that bowling shoe. Well, something's happened. Little feather.
Oh, there we go.
You take those. You take those results. usually you would see sort of a half apology from the player who's done the thing, but it's part of bowls, isn't it? Yeah, in the weight and the area.
I think that apology's already been given,
Yeah.
not only to his teammate, but to those on the sideline as well.
Just as well as long as if you take it with good grace, no one really minds, as it is what it is. And if Peter can get another second shot, so Ballas team's got second shot, third shot, fourth and fifth. Does Reem Ballas just have a go at the bowl of the jack, provided that Dave doesn't draw a second shot here? Or is it too dangerous with Jane's bowl at the back?
I tell you what, Alex, I think we'll ask Mr. Ballas that after he's bowled his last bowl.
Work, he says, with the southern burr.
Yep.
So the Reed and Robinson combination are still holding back bowl here too, aren't they? So they're in a good position here.
And that would be why you wouldn't want to go the jack and war on the draw. Little feather here from Peter. I mean, they have got second, third and fourth. I'd be interested to see. I'd be intrigued to hear Peter's opinion, Mark, if we could get him on the line.
See what they do.
It requires Jane to miss a bowl, really, but they must be considering just that little nibble up the middle.
Peter, hopefully you're with us at the moment. Give us a little thumbs up if you are. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. We're just debating at the moment what bowl you might ask Reem to play, but I presume you'll see what's going to happen here and then determine the strategy after that.
Yes, it determines what Jane does. We've got 3, very close to 4 seconds, so there is a channel down there for the bowl.
So you'll be just looking
and
to...
I think we might be look for this, Reem, down through there.
Is that the strategy now, Peter, is to, if we can pick up a number, or are you just happy picking up the ones or at this stage of the game?
Look, we've got a chance to make a number here. Just going to catch... Oh, we got the shot. We got lucky. Yeah, we got a bit of fortune. As they often say, luck only begins when you're up, and we got a bit of luck then.
One down now.
Yeah, it's very much about trying to manage the game at this stage. 4 ends, 3 ends after this one. Each end we score here is making it more difficult, but Jane's pretty close here. Oh, she's just turning. Not finished yet.
2, 3. Only 3
We
wicks.
have one, Reem, and I'm happy that we just have the one.
That is managing the game, isn't it, Peter?
It is. We would have to play a really good one to get another shot, and there was always the danger of just turning their front bowl over, and at this stage, not worth the risk. So that makes 6 up with 3 to go, so they need 3 twos. So hopefully we can score one of these ends, last 3 ends, which will make it a little more difficult for them. But they're playing some pretty good bowls, and we certainly don't feel safe.
Peter, I'll get you, as you're playing or when you've got time, just to talk through the conditions. I see the wind's picking up. Is that making any difference there?
It is, yes. And I might not have got the jack up here. Needs to be a bit over a metre. Umpire.
What's your pick here, Peter? Are you up, down? You're not sure?
Not sure. It's a bit over a metre up.
Well, we're waiting for this because it tends to take a little while. Alex was regaling the fact that he watched your bowls some 70 or 80 years ago when you won the World Championships on video, I think it was, or beta or something like that. Has bowls changed? And let's be more specific than that. you know, over the years the bowl itself has changed?
Well, it certainly has. That was 84, and we still had the wide biased bowls, which was the only bowls we had. There was just one model for New Zealand, and everyone used them. And so the game changed drastically when narrow bias bowls came. And you know, I recall when I got my first set of classic 2s, and in those days they were regarded as narrow bias, and you know, I got called a cheat for using them. And you know, you look at someone using a classic 2 today in comparison to the other bowls, and it just shows you how vastly different the line the bowls take than what they did when I first started playing.
So if you look down the rink now, if you were playing with a classic 2 on this, or one of those bowls on this green, how far out would the bowl have to track?
Well, you'd probably be half out further again. So you know, we're going into the next rink, so we'd be probably going into the centre of the next rink. So yeah, huge difference, and the bowl finished more at right angles than what they do here, although some of these are turning at right angles.
And Peter, did that, you know, when you're driving with those old bowls, was it different driving with those bowls back then?
The difference in those days was it was a draw-drive game. You either tried to draw it or you tried to hit it. You couldn't play the in-between, little weighted in-between shots. They were just too difficult to play. So the game changed drastically. Everyone could drive, and these days we don't see too many fast drivers, but that's very much about the bowl being able to do the job for you without having to put all that force in it. Actually, this is a better one than the first. I didn't really want to have this quite this short, but we'll take that to start with.
Yeah, we'll just let Dave have his bowl, but I'm interested to learn your strategy around short ends versus long ends. Why at this stage you're playing a short end, and you know, what are the merits of that in terms of where you're at with the stage of the game?
Well, the short end was a mistake. I didn't really want it to be quite that short. It's probably a couple of metres shorter than what I wanted. We've been playing reasonably short down this way, and we've played with the mat out going the other way, as you can. So that's... look, sometimes it depends on just how the opposition are playing, where you go, but obviously if they're hitting you off, you've got to change the length. Either you do that with the mat, or the length you throw the jack, or you combine both of them. So.
But when you're up 6x6 with 3 ends to play, are you generally going to play a shorter ends, or are you going to, you know, is T to T also an option? Yeah.
One of the things that you've just got to be wary of when you're playing long is that Reen's played a great bowl here. Well played. You often can't defend it if they lob a couple of bowls a metre off the ditch. Very hard to draw there. So you really want to take that out of the game. So you really don't want to be. Conversely, if you're behind, often that's where you go. You go long, and it gives you some options there.
And I guess the option to kill an end if you're finding you're 3 or 4 down is a bit more realistic if it's a shorter end as well.
It is, yes, and obviously it's easier to hit with the shorter the distance, and if they do get the jack back, then they've generally got plenty of room in which to draw a second shot. That's another handy one. So those are the things you look at and decide just how you're going to play it.
So without presuming to know your strategy and question you, would you be thinking putting one back down there now, or at some stage in the future, one of your bowls back past the jack?
Well, I've got 3 bowls in the pocket here. Reen, 3 against us here. Just see if you can get to this one. So you're just trying to eliminate the chance of multiple shots against you. And we've got this 6-shot lead, which means we can afford to go one down.
So it's just a
that's
matter
a great shot, Reen. Yeah, perfect, right in the middle of them.
doing exactly what you've just asked Reen to do there, and just cover those pockets, cover those options.
It is, yeah. So they're looking for multiple shots. Ones are not going to be enough for them. So they're going to have to probably take some chances, and we've just got to make sure that we don't create some chances from the way we play the end.
Because it's been an incredibly close, tight battle. I know the scoreline doesn't quite reflect at the moment, but for that 1-7, this will be a...
That's right. That took... Reen, I think we just go the best back. If we go this way, that's ours on the outside. Yes, look at both Dave and Jane played some really good bowls, and it was unfortunate for them that one end may have the biggest period of the game, because certainly they played a lot of very good bowls.
Yeah, certainly from our commentary position, both of them have actually played some stunning bowls, and sometimes to recover an end, sometimes to take advantage.
Well, they stayed in the game last time playing here. We had a pretty good shot, and Dave trailed it for 2, which probably would have locked them out of the game then. But you've always got to think that the opposition are going to get the shot they're going for, and with that in mind, you've just got to play accordingly.
If you're okay, Peter, I wouldn't mind leaving the mic on you for the next couple of bowls, and you just share your thoughts with us as to what you're looking to do, if you don't mind, without giving it away to the opposition too much.
Yeah, well, Dave's at the other end at the moment. The thing is, we don't really want to get a close one now and give him a bit of a target to go for. So we're quite happy to just leave it as it is at the moment, and I might just try and flip around the back again. I'm not quite sure of the etiquette of it's my mat at the moment, but however. Hopefully I'm around that one. Yeah, not unhappy with it back there.
And your last bowl, Peter, what are you looking for here?
That's in. Again, we're just looking somewhere around the back, perhaps not quite so far back. Hopefully a couple of metres less. And where Reen's bowl is, if I can just get past hers or slip hers, that's pretty good. That's covered those 2.
Thank you, Peter. I'll leave you there. You've got a couple more ends to play, but really appreciate you supporting us with this piece of technology and your commentary, etc. Thanks so much, and if we get the opportunity, I might owe you a glass of wine for this one, and Reen as well. So thanks, Peter.
Pleasure to be part of it, Mark.
There you go, Alex. What did we learn from this?
Isn't that great to have that sort of, as we see Dave, he somehow found a gap there. So we're going to see a couple to, one to Peter Ballas and co, or Ballas and Ballas. Isn't it great to have someone happy enough to support us with this concept of sort of calling into players on the rink and to give us those insights, Mark?
Yeah, it is.
So we now have a situation where Ballas and Ballas are looking pretty good, unless there's something dramatic. This is potentially the last end. They're 7 up on the penultimate end of the game. So for Bellis and Bellis, it's even scoring one. You know, if you score 1 point, unless an absolute calamity happens, you're pretty much, at the very least, you're playing an extra end, aren't you? Because you'd drop an 8 for a draw and there'd be another end played.
Yeah, I guess this is the stage you're feeling pretty comfortable and, you know, and appreciative of that one end, which made the difference, because you take that 7 out of it, you know, and it's 8 all or whatever that score might be. So I can't imagine, you know, that Reid and Robinson would be too disappointed with the game overall. They've still got 2 wins, and you know the format of this competition is such that you play 2 days of qualifying, so 2 days of 3 games, and your objective to qualify is to win 4 out of 6 games.
Well, that's where you'd like to think you stick your first one when you've gone.
Yeah, I think if
Really want the jack there.
if they do end up losing this game, Reid and Robinson, when they look back on it, there's not that many points where they'll be disappointed with how they played. Even the 7 they dropped, we see Jane here, another great shot. The 7 they dropped, Jane played 2 bowls that were within, what, 4 inches of perfection. She missed slightly wide and slightly narrow and dropped a 7. You know, it's not like it was, it's not like they've played badly, I don't think.
No, and as I said, you take that one end out, and you know, this is
a
totally different contest at this stage of the
Precisely.
game. So I mean, they'll be pretty, you know, from their first day's play. You know, you win 2 out of 3. Tomorrow you just got to do the same again, win 2 out of 3, and you've qualified for post section. And you know that's almost the only objective that you've got from these first 2 days, is just to get your 4 wins. And then the draw is random after this in terms of post section. So you know, it doesn't matter whether you've won 6 out of 6 or 4 out of 6. Same opportunity presents itself for you on day 3 in the post section.
Yeah, I'm always quite happy to lose a game in section play of these sorts of events, because I'd rather get my loss done at the beginning. You know, remember what it's like to lose in the section play, and then you don't have to do it in post section.
You work the numbers a little bit and you say, well, to win the final I've got to win 7 games of post section, and then if you go and win your 6 games of qualifying, well, there's, you know, 13 games in a row you've won. That's a tough ask, isn't it? If you're going to lose one, as you said, if you're going to lose one of the 6, the first 6.
Absolutely. And it's also good to have close games, I think. Even if you do win, so say you win your 6 section play games, it's nice to be challenged, because you are going to get challenged in the post section. It just is. You don't win an event without having a close game. Look at this here from Peter Bellis training the jack back. So you want not to be... you want to have been pushed to as good as you can go, sort of before you get to the crunchy end, I think.
We'll do our plugs now, if that's all right, Alex, at this stage. Well, you know, just to acknowledge Summerset Retirement Villages for their support of not only these nationals but the bowls community. Pleasure having Summerset as our principal partner for 2 Bowls New Zealand, but most importantly their support around this broadcast, because without their investment in our game, then we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing here, which is produce bowls on TV for you. And the other couple of other partners, just to acknowledge Sky TV.
They got lucky again.
You know, here we are broadcasting bowls from Central Otago, and not only on our YouTube platform, the Bowls NZ YouTube platform, but you know, cheers Sky Sport for showing the game and, you know, and showing the modern game of bowls, I guess, to a wider audience than just the bowls community. So really appreciative to Sky TV for their support as well.
Absolutely, and if I could encourage people watching to let Sky know that you appreciate this coverage, that would be wonderful, because people don't know what they don't know. And if we don't let them know, then how are they going to know that the 8 days is worthwhile? So, I mean, it's wonderful to have this broadcast available to watch on the Sky Sport pop-up channel, and it's been great support we've had. But if you're watching and you're enjoying it, please feel free to flick Sky a message and say thanks for putting the bowls on TV.
Yeah, and if you've got any suggestions for improvement, and we know that there are things that we can do better and want to do better, then don't flick those to Sky. Flick them to Bowls New Zealand. And you know, and we're open to this. I mean, we've been on a big learning curve with our broadcast over the past, you know, 4 or 5 years. So you know, we're at this point, but you know, there are things that we would like to improve upon. But you know, in saying that, we're at a stage now where I think, you know, the quality, certainly I don't know about the quality of the commentary, Alex, but the quality of the
Thanks,
production, the broadcast is good.
Yeah, I think so too. It's satisfying to be able to sort of showcase the sport, and long may it continue. And as you said, we're open to suggestions, and you know, relations like we've done today, where we've been able to get the great Peter Bellis mic'd up to give us some insight. So just it's going to go well. Is Dave there a little bit wide, and looking like it may be the last end of this game, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, it's a number here. Do you know, Alex, with your attacking brain, do you think about killing an end here, or do you just try and figure out how you can get it three or four out of it?
The challenge is that the jack is a long jack, so it's actually quite hard to kill that, because the jack would have to travel, what, 2 metres to our left as we see it, in the same time that it's only gone half a metre forward, otherwise it hits the ditch before it hits the peg. But I think an attacking shot is the call. I'm not sure if she can kill it, but you may as well have a go. You know, if you don't score on this end, the hopes of Reid and Robinson are gone for this particular game. So you may as well reach right up onto the jack, see if you can put it in the ditch for a minimum of 1.
So what you're saying there is that you don't think that jack will move to the right. If it's going to move, it's going to move back into the ditch, which is going to keep the jack in play, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to kill that. I think if the jack got past that blue bowl, that we'll see in a second, that's at about 4 o'clock to it. I don't think the angle is right for it to kill. I think it's almost impossible to kill unless you like jump it over the bank or bounce it off one of the bowls. And Jane there, just showing a bit of disappointment. She's played so well this game.
As I said, I don't think Reid and Robinson, Jane and Dave will be too disappointed in shouldn't be too disappointed in their performance. They will be initially, as we all are after a loss in a sporting event or a sporting game, but you know, maybe they'll reflect back on it and realise that actually there's some pretty decent bowls being played out there by both combinations, but for one end.
Absolutely.
This was different.
And this bowl to keep their hopes alive, Mark. She can make it 2 here if she gets it right. 7 down on the forehand. Jane's close here to something. Got it square. Oh, she hasn't cut it down enough, though, I don't think. So we may see a handshake.
It's 1. It's only 1 to Bellis, isn't it?
So technically, 8 the difference. It's possible to draw.
What do you do, Alex, if you're 8 up with 1 to go, or do you shake hands if you're down on the bottom score, or do you?
No, I play it if it's mathematically possible, in the vain hope that something might happen.
and do you keep playing it out? How long do you keep playing it out? As in, if you have opportunity to kill it, if you can't get your 8, do you?
Yeah, until I miss the kill. Yeah, you may as well. I've seen some pretty crazy things happen in bowls. I've seen 4's teams pick up 5s and 6s after killing it a few times to win a game. Haven't seen an 8 yet, but anything can happen.
Looks like it's a pretty tight measure for the second there.
Yeah, very close for second shot. So the blue bowl of Robinson against the stickered bowl of Peter Bellis. I think Robinson's is closer by 2 cigarette papers.
What I like about qualifying, Alex, is it's all about getting 4 wins. It's not about points differential. You know, you've got to get your 4 wins. So no matter what the points differential is here, it really doesn't come into play in terms of qualifying. Oh,
for sure. It's a nice true way of finding a winner as well. You know, I always enjoy a championship being decided with a final. I feel as if even when you're the winner, it feels better to win a final, doesn't it, than to go, oh, well, you've had enough winsies and points to come out top of the pile.
Yeah.
If you win a final, you feel like you've achieved something, proper.
You always get those complaints in sport, and I've been around enough sports now where titles have been decided on the fact that someone had more draws in the competition than the other guy had wins or something like that, or the points differential was in favour of one over the other. And sport should be, and has always, is at its best when it's just player v player or team v team, and it's all about the outcome, not a differential.
Absolutely. This umpire very focused with the box measure. I saw that little, I think it must be, oh, we're going back around the other side.
That's a great camera, isn't it?
Oh, incredible cameras, the PTZ cameras. It feels like we've got 1 million of them now, but probably about 8, I think. I reckon it's one to Dave, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So 8 the difference. They may play the next end. It's possible. Yeah. It's possible.
There's a certain logic to playing this last end anyway, isn't there? Because you're coming back to the clubhouse where your bags are. Yeah. Might as well play another end, and it's just another end to get a bit of practice in and get used to these screens.
Yeah. So what we'll probably see from Reid and Robinson is you attempt to build ahead for an 8. So you know that all the bowls have to be past the jack. So Robinson's first bowl might be 1 metre past the jack. You put all your eggs in one basket, and then you just pray to whatever god you pray to that you can get the jack there and that your opposition does nothing. And if it doesn't look like that's going to happen, they'll start attacking. So it's either a kill and replay or score your 8 points.
And Alex, is this where, we were talking about mat lengths before, the ballasts, should they have been almost looking for the jack on the 2 metre, because that makes it harder to kill an end?
Yeah. Ordinarily that's what you would do, to the 2 metre mark it's harder to kill it. A lot of the Australians now, a few are Bellis and some of the more aggressive New Zealanders, and I think via the influence of the BPL, you wouldn't have been surprised to see the jack put on the 2 metre, the mat pulled right up, and the league just tries to bin it. If Peter Bellis was to put the jack in the ditch, you can't score an 8 then, can you? So the game's over.
Yeah.
And that's sort of that strategy has sort of become more popular in the game with the rise of bowls through 5 and BPL, a bit like 2020 cricket has changed the way cricket's played on a whole. I think BPL and bowls through 5 have sort of introduced a couple of those strategies to the sport too.
So you talked about binning it, which is effectively putting it in the ditch. Do you bin it from a long jack position, from putting the jack on the 2 metre, or can you bin it? Do people try and bin it with a short or a medium jack?
You can on any length, but it's easier if the jack is on the 2 metre and you pull the mat up as close to the jack as possible. So you might walk the mat up to be as far up to its 2 metre mark, or the little T on the green, and then if you can throw a jack well, you throw it in between the 2 metre and the ditch, and the jack's put on the 2 metre mark, and then it's as easy as it can be to put a jack into the ditch. I'm making it sound easier than it is.
I recall we used to run a Bowls 3-5 league on Sky Sport maybe 3-4 years ago, and I can't remember the team or the player, but it was a final.
Yes,
one set all, and we were playing a tie-break end, and that bowler put the jack into the ditch. Is that the bin it? He binned it?
Yeah, the binned it, yeah.
And left his bowl, or her bowl, right next to the jack, if I recall rightly. End of game.
It was on the backhand too, Mark, and it's when I should have retired from outdoor bowls. Those were the days.
Was that you, Alex Reid?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Sort of my, we'll call it my outdoor bowling highlight.
Yeah, they had another
good times. I wasn't even thinking about that when I was talking about that strategy either, Mark, if you'll believe me.
Oh, I thought you were just setting me up for the sting.
No, I wasn't, but thank you.
Yeah, they are.
So, with that short bowl of James, if they're serious about scoring an 8, this is when we need to see attacking bowls. You try and find a way to kill the jack, because an 8's not happening here. If you're not serious about scoring an 8 and you don't think you can do it, we'll see the end just played out. They'll shake hands, be happy, and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, you do get a sense that this is a shake hands. Let's get a bit of practice in for the games tomorrow.
And that's fair. That's fine. I mean, the chances, I've seen maybe 4 8 scored in my life and never an 8
we
on
had
the
a lot of
last
fun
end
together
to
in
draw
rugby.
with Peter Ballas. You know,
Not as if,
it's fair enough. You just play your bowls out and shake hands.
you
But if
know,
they were serious about scoring
to
that,
win a game
they'd
or
be
two
trying to
was a
kill it
bonus.
here.
In fact,
I can
we could
recall
have easily won
was it a
another
National
couple,
Winter Club about 3 or 4
yeah,
years ago, and
so,
I won't
we
name
were
the club, I won't
competitive,
name the side, but they managed to drop 2 8s in a row in a fours game. And I thought 1 8 was a near impossibility. Well, they did 2 8s in a row.
No, there's some amazing.
And went from being, I don't know, maybe let's call it 16-5 down to 20 something 16.
Yep,
You know,
so
oh, sorry, up to 20 something 16 down. All in the
The
space of 2 ends.
The most points I've seen dropped in a game of bowls was about 15 points in one end mark, but that was an indoor international, because in indoor bowls, if you kill the jack, a penalty's put on, and if you play internationally, the penalty applies to an end that's replayed. So I think the New Zealand men's fours team was about 16-1 up or something, and then killed it 3 times and dropped to 4. And suddenly they were like 16-15 down against Australia, which was quite stressful.
Did they go on and win that game, Alex?
I think they did, yeah, so it was okay, and beat Australia too, which was better. But it'll be the most points I've seen that dropped in an end of a game of bowls.
Play the end out. Yeah, play the end out. Yeah.
They've just agreed they'll play the end out now.
Yeah, like that.
Just and another acknowledgement. I know I talked about Summerset and cheers to Sky as well,
Right.
but
Don't away tomorrow.
you know, these bowling clubs down in this region. You know, I can't remember what was the number you used. 13 bowling clubs.
13, yeah, your favourite number.
Yep, it is my favourite, or not my favourite number. But you know, within that, a number of greens, obviously, and
Not a bad track.
and just a acknowledge, or just a thanks to the bowling clubs. I mean, we're turning up to bowling clubs down here for this national event, and you know, the Lamingtons. Forget about the scones. You know, where we've got sausage rolls and cheese rolls and lamingtons and you know, and wonderful lunches and things like that, and you know, volunteers that are just you know, all too happy to help. So, just a big thanks to the many bowling clubs down here, and you know, we got to play. We're playing on these grass greens, Alex, but for this national championship, we're also playing on the artificial or what are known as carpet greens, and you know, that's a new innovation for our sport as well.
You know, it's a great place to have a nationals, and so pleased that we're able to come back again and have a finals day where people will be able to attend in their droves instead of outside the fence, as we see Peter Ballas. He's just gone, I may as well draw a toucher. Incredible stuff. Go on, kill it. You got a bowl on a jack target, you may as well. Okay.
We know what I'd be doing here, Alex.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yep, straight down the middle.
Very good.
Yeah, so a big thanks though to the clubs. I mean, you know, without boasting too much in terms of the Alexandra Bowling Club, but I know their bar takings for the last 2 or 3 days have been exceptional, and it's, you know, just people coming down and supporting the game, supporting the event,
Yeah, well,
supporting the local club.
It's the clubs, and thanks to the players too, I suppose. You know, like you can't have a national event without people who want to participate, and we took a well, not a risk, but it's a bit different to have a nationals held in a central Otago, just as it was at Mount Maunganui. It's brilliant that the players come and support it in their droves, and support the clubs in their droves as well, and long may it continue.
I think we I do use the stat, but 5 years ago, you know, people attending nationals, the numbers were about 580. This year there'll be 1,530. So
Incredible.
You know,
Oh, Dave, hoping for a bit of luck. 1 wick. Oh, just about. Imagine if he got the wick off that front bowl of the rings. And there we have it, Mark. So thank you very much for joining me in commentary in this game. And we see that game there with Ballas and Ballas defeat Jane Reid and Dave Robinson. Probably, we'll say 18 points to 8 there. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow from about 11:45 with more coverage of section play of the mixed pairs. But until then, sit back, relax and enjoy highlights from this game here at the Alexandra Bowling Club.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Oh well, we can go out and get another game.